Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing? I changed my times like 2 times because I think the first time, well, I know the first time I looked at it again. I was like, how in the world did I put 10:45? So I'm gonna give y'all a little time to come in. Um, because I had the time wrong and then I changed it again. I know I was supposed to go on at 9:45 and I looked at it again after I changed it from 10:45 because I was like, I don't know how in the world I put 10:45. And then I ended up changing it and I looked at it, it was 9:55. I said, I'm really thrown off tonight. But I've kind of had a long day. I've been on a case today. I had a case for I had to investigate a case for an insurance company today. And you know what? Somebody came on to my comments and said, Tamara, I found out you the police. And they probably was, just kind of playing. But I want to tell you all a little bit about what I do. I want to tell y'all because I never, when I'm talking about young Dolph, hello, Miss, hey, cousin. Oh, I told people you my cousin. But that's cool. That's my cousin. I want to tell you all a little bit about what I do before I get into the young dog situation tonight. Hello, Miss Lynn. Um, I'm going to real talk with Tamra, uh, and I'm going to pin that. Let's see. I'm gonna give some more people some time. Hello, place. I'm gonna tell you all a little bit about me, cause can't nobody tell you better than me. Um, and we're gonna talk about some stuff tonight just shortly, and then we're gonna get into the young dog situation because y'all know I'm real. I like to keep it real. Remy, please stop it. Let's see. How do I pin it? Oh, maybe I was supposed to pin it before I put it on here. I don't know. I'm still learning. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. And also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. I want to talk about some stuff tonight. I want to talk to you all a little bit about something that I want to do and tell you all just a little bit about me, okay? Because I'm really open. I try to keep things about young Dolph, but of course, I've never tried to hide anything, okay? So we got 20 people in here. For y'all 20 that are coming in here, make sure you hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. Okay, a lot of you all are new to my subscription, and I really appreciate that. I've been on YouTube for a very long time. Remy, I'm gonna get you. She waited until I get on live, y'all. She don't like me getting on live. And I stopped, because I have a local TV show here in the Mid South area, in the Memphis, Arkansas, and Mississippi area here on Comcast. And my show had always catered to doing missing persons, especially African American girls that had gone missing, and cold cases. And I worked for the police department, the Memphis Police Department first, and then I went over to the sheriff's office for a total of 18 years. So that's why when I tell you all I got inside information, I do, because I made 18 years, that was almost 20 years. I still have friends over there. Now I have my very own private investigator, private investigative company. And what we do is I get federal contracts from the federal government. I work with federal prosecutors. Oftentimes, federal prosecutors will call my company if, they're prosecuting somebody, if it's a death penalty case or something like that, and they're looking for witnesses. We locate witnesses. We go out and we interview them. We go out and get more evidence. And the exact same thing for a defense attorney, because defense attorneys call me all the time when they have death penalty cases and their client is not looking too good for their client, but there may be some hope. So they hire us and pay us very good to get out. But I've explained this in other videos, to get out and help them. If nothing else, if their client is looking at the death penalty, if we can get out and get enough evidence to help them refute whatever it is the prosecutor has against them or whatever, at least put some type of, at least to get a life sentence, right? So that's what I do. But mostly, you know, I've stopped taking, so I do take a lot of cases from the federal government, but I mostly do a lot of my firm mostly caters to missing persons and cold case homicides. That's mainly what I love doing. And I have other investigators that work with me. These investigators have retired from other agencies. I got one that has retired from the FBI. He worked for the FBI for about 28 years. I have one that retired from the Marshals. These are people that I contract to come in and work with me, especially when they're like high profile cases. I think I've said before, I would never take the Dolph's case. Somebody got on here and lied and said, well, you know, she's on the Young Dolph's case. That's so not true. Young Dolph's case don't need a private investigator because it's not cold. You can put a cigarette to Dolph's case and it will light it up because it's so fire hot. Okay. So that's what I do. And that's what I wanted to tell you all. Like, with this Dolph situation, I like shedding light on it because that's something that I've always done dating back. If you look at some of my old videos from 7 years ago, I'm not going to get on here and lie to you. I'm going to tell you the truth. And I don't make up stuff to get views because I make money. You see what I mean? I just don't believe in doing that. So when I tell you that straight drop, okay, when I saw that Snoop Bands said that straight drop had been beat up, I was like, nobody called me and told me that because I worked in the chief's office as his assistant for 13 years at the sheriff's office. I first had worked with MPD. And then I went over to the sheriff's office and I was like, none of my friends called me. And when I called one of my friends, I said, I'm hearing that one of the young men was beat up. And before I could even get it out, he said, that happened yesterday. Yes, he was beat up. Yes, he was beat up. And he knew because he was one of the officers that had to pull the young man off of straight drop and nobody would know who he is. I've worked there for 13 years, so I got plenty of friends there that works within the gang unit and DRT all over that jail. So that's not getting anybody in trouble. So when people try, and I understand that some vloggers are paid and they have a job to do. They have to. The only thing about it is I got plenty of credibility because I don't need to get on here and lie. Okay. So I see stuff all the time, and you never see me get on here except for when somebody asks me, and I might say, well, no, I'm hearing that didn't happen. And my friends don't have a reason to lie to me, okay, because they working right in there with it. When I hear stuff about this Young Dolph's case, I worked for MPD for 5 years. Okay, I did traffic and I worked in Crime Stoppers. And one of the investigators that's on this case right now, on Dolph's case, we were traffic officers and we're tight. We thick as thieves even to this day. That's why you hear me say I would never mess up a case. So I know when it's propaganda and when people lie, but you will never hear me say that. But I understand that some of these vloggers get paid to try and destroy credibility because, as I said before, I'm not going to go back and forth because I know truth. Even when I hear them lying, because I tune in and I'll laugh and I go, dog, that's messed up. But you never hear me go after a vlogger. But I understand some of these vloggers and some of these people that have a lot to lose and they want to try and taint the truth. They pay some of these vloggers. Okay. And a person like me that they know, okay, I would be one of the ones. I'm not the only one, but I sure would be one of the ones that they would try to come after. Okay, but they just don't want to mess with me too much because they know they know I can figure out okay. I've even had, and it was one of them was another vlogger to make a fake page and try and threaten me, and we got his phone number just as quick. But you didn't hear me get on here and dox him and talk about him or anything like that. But I let him know. I bet you he hadn't threatened me anymore. That I knew it was him. Okay. I had an outside source that came from them people, sis. That's why I say they put people on their trail themselves. Okay. So I don't have a reason to get on here and lie. YouTube don't. I think I did a video, and I'm getting ready to tell y'all the truth. I did a video that's got 22, then it's probably, well, that's what, since I've started back. Because when I used to do my cold cases, my videos got a lot of views, okay? And I wasn't getting paid because I didn't know anything about YouTube. I was just uploading them back then. But I did one recently that's got 22,000 views, and I think I made $100 off that video. I make $100 in 30 minutes with my investigative company. What I need to get on here and fight for, okay? I don't need to get on here and lie with you to you all. This is something that I do. You know what I mean? That's why when I tell you all I'm gonna take y'all on a journey with me, that's what I mean. Because I tell the truth. I don't have anything to do with what other vloggers do, okay? Hello, Miss Kimberly. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm from South Memphis. I'm from South Memphis too. I grew up in Clementine until I was 12 years old. So that's why when I say I can identify, like when people go, even when I was working downtown, and my dad has a sister that is a, a lieutenant, just made lieutenant, right over in homicides right now. Okay, my auntie. My dad is baby sister. You don't hear me get on here and say all that. You don't, because it's not important. But people, I understand that a lot of people are very distrusting because of what the media has done and because of some shady things that the police have done. That's why when I can get on here and say every officer is not bad, I know that because I've worked in that and I understand that. That's why I say everybody needs to know how officers are trained. I'm very paranoid to this very day because I went through that academy as a traffic officer, and it's certain things that they teach you that you can't just, it never leaves. Like I have a paranoia. I don't let people stand behind me, and I won't talk to nobody that keep putting their hands in their pockets. Okay. So it's paramilitary, and people that have gone through the military understand that. But I think a lot of what's going on in this, when one of my friends that told me, I'm gonna start back vlogging. I want to start back doing my crime cases, and I want to start back doing my crime shows because that's my passion. And one of my friends was like, "Be careful on that internet." And they have a division that does nothing but internet crimes. I have a young man that works with me right now, okay, that is retired, that had worked for the FBI for 28 years, can tap into anything, okay? So I don't get on here. Thank you guys so much for the super stickers. I don't get on here and do no capping. You'll never see me do it, okay? You'll never see me do it. I'm gonna get on here and tell the truth because I want to see justice for Dolph. Because when I get on here, that's why I couldn't understand. Maybe it was a blessing that some of those outside sources had started doing threats, because the only thing it did was help to put the people on their trail. That's how stupid they were. Okay. And you can't, you get them fake IP addresses. Nothing you do, if it could ever derail the people, it could never supersede what the government has. That's why I throw out hints and stuff all the time. Be smart. Be smart. I grew up in the hood. Be smart. Don't do crazy stuff. Make your money, but don't do criminal stuff. If people paying you to vouch for them, a person that has access to anything like me. It's wrong to come after me, especially when you doing criminal stuff and you think don't nobody know it. I ain't on here to make nobody life hell. I'm here to bring awareness not only to Dolph's case, and I'm not working Dolph's case undercover. Dolph got some of the best people that there ever was on his case, from the investigators and homicides to the federal government. They don't need no type of private investigators. They only have private investigators when the cases start to go cold. People will call us to get out there and reignite the cases. Okay. Hey, just stop by to say to you, you were right. Straight drop got hit. That's right. I knew it. My friend told me. He told me a lot more, but you know, everything I said was the truth. Okay. Everything I said was the truth. And when I tell you he got his butt whooped, he did, you know, he did. That they said one of the civilians that work in the jail was standing there and it scared her so bad. She said, "Oh my God, he gonna y'all do something, he gonna kill him." But you didn't hear me say that. But I mean, and I don't, and let me just say this. I wish that that would not have happened. Okay, I wish that it would not have happened. Um, I know a lot of people want justice for Dolph, and y'all gonna get justice for Dolph. That's why it gives me great pleasure to be able to get on here and say, y'all gonna get some justice for Dolph because I know what I know. And it's not because I'm out there investigating, it's because I know the people that are investigating are on top of their stuff. They're on top of their stuff. Nobody is going to get away with Dolph's situation. It upsets me because I feel like they took Dolph down, or I know they took Dolph down, number one, because of jealousy. Number two, because he was building up some young men within the community, within the hoods. And I grew up in South Memphis. Even when we moved out of South Memphis when I was 12 years old, I had family that was still there. Okay. I had an auntie that lived right behind that cookie shop on Joy Lane. I used to always be on Joy Lane. I used to always be in South Memphis on off of Parkway on Bullington, even when we moved out of the hood, because I still had family and still got family in the hood. That's why when people say, "You all over there in South Memphis," why wouldn't I be? I'm not afraid of the people in South Memphis. Those are my people. So welcome. Thank you, Kimberly. But yes, karma is working. Nobody is getting away with anything. I don't be capping when I said I was sitting over there in my studio doing some commercials for some lawmakers, and one of them turned orange when they was sitting up talking about this Dolph situation and the idea that these folks think they can put hits on people and these folks know about it. They turn orange because they feel like they think they because they got money, and then they got nerve to be some probably saying in their minds because they white, they got nerve to be some niggas, and they trying to put hits on folks, and we're the lawmakers. They gonna fry them, every one of them. And it has gotten pretty bad because and I'm just saying, whoever got some money, because I mean, it ain't just rappers that's got money. That's one of my friends right there calling me from the jail, probably to tell me something else. See, I don't do no capping. So I'm gonna have to call them back because I'm on here. So it's a shame, Remy, please. It's a shame when God blesses people with money, whether they get it through whatever. And I'm not saying wherever they get it from, whoever got some money, and then they don't know. They don't know. That's right, Brittany. You got family on both ends. That's why I said, even when we moved into the area that we moved into, we moved out of the hood, and I was a majorette. And I guess the majorettes were always supposed to be a prestige, but I had grown up in the hood until I was 12, so we were only supposed to hang around a certain group. That's why I said my friends would be, or so-called friends would be, mad at me because I would always go sit at the table with the people that they kind of shunned, or they thought they didn't have anything, or they wouldn't fool with because they said their hair, what their clothes didn't look like, whatever. I would always go hang out with them. Those are the girls that I would go sit and talk to and try to make feel good, because I understood, because I had just came from the hood. Y'all, it must be some juicy because they steady calling. Y'all hold on, I'm gonna put y'all on mute. Okay, y'all, I'm back. But anyways, They said they got something to tell me. I told them I would call them back when I got off of here. See what I'm talking about? But people want to say that I get the inside info. And whatever I can tell, I'm gonna tell y'all. Because I know everybody want to know. Those are I would never mess up a case or nothing. D-Bar said, get that 411. I had to defend you last night. Tamara, a couple of bloggers was like, she's making that up. And I told them, no, Tamara, don't. Thank you. Make it make sense. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. I saw where another vlogger said that you had vouched for me. I appreciate that. Anyways, you guys, but yeah, so what I'm gonna start doing is, and this is what I want to say to you all too, because I started out doing like cold cases and missing persons. I do everybody, but especially African Americans, because African Americans don't get the coverage in the media. If you all know of like any cold cases, I'm gonna tell y'all something. I got the best investigators that work with me that there ever was. Okay, they just bad to the bone. I am too though. I've taken I got a lot of training, and then I have them. So but if y'all know of any cold cases, or if y'all know of any missing persons cases and y'all want me to look into them, and y'all want me to cover it, just let me know. And I don't just get on here and just talk about stuff. I am an investigator by profession. So I kind of start looking into stuff, and it don't really matter where it is because I can work with a network of private investigators in all other states too. So they kind of help me out and work with me when because I even have cases in other states because I'm licensed in other states also. So I know private investigators in other states. So if y'all know of any cases that y'all want me to look into, like missing people or cold case homicides or whatever, but especially missing persons, y'all let me know, and we'll look into that, and then I'll talk about it on here. I'll air it on here. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of what I started out doing, and I was doing it so much because that's what my TV show caters to. That I got drained. I got drained because I was doing it on my TV show, doing the research, and then that's my profession. That's how I make my living because I have an investigative company. And that's what I was saying when people was asking me about my profession. I said the rewarding part of it is getting some things solved. Okay, although with me being a private investigator, because there is a situation right here in Memphis where a family well, yeah, I guess I can say that. And the young man was killed at his business. And he was actually a really good friend of mine because he had a TV show here. He had a mechanic shop, and he was killed last year, and the case had gone cold. And because he was really a good friend of mine, I mean, nothing was happening. When I looked at the photos, I was like, because they caught them on camera, but you couldn't see them very well, and the news media put it on camera. And so I got out because I saw that we had went cold, and I guess these promotions and stuff was going on. So a lot of these investigators were not doing what they were supposed to do. So I got out there and started investigating it myself because that was my friend. And when I got out there, I got information instantly. Okay. And I was able to go and I think that's what I was saying about there was some footage that had been deleted, okay, off of it was even it deleted itself off of the hard drive. That's why I say I got bad to the bone investigators too, and I got still got cool with some people over at TBI, but we was able to get that. And when I looked at it, just from the stance, I knew that one of the guys was a white man. I did, even though it was dark, the camera was black and white. I just knew what I knew. And when I got out and started talking to some people, they confirmed that it was a white guy. And so then I knew the other one was a black guy, right? The one that actually shot him. The white guy was in the back stealing the catalyst converters. And so I got somebody to kind of tell me some stuff, gave me all the information I needed tried to give it to the investigator that was on the case, a male white, and he didn't want the information because I was a female black private investigator, right? I guess he felt like, and that happens a lot, especially when you are a female black private investigator, and you get out and you solve their cases. They'll unless, but because I know a lot of the investigators, and my aunt was just promoted, I was able to go over them, but now he's a lieutenant, child. He ain't gonna be doing nothing as a lieutenant. But the young man that was promoted was actually one of my friends that took over the case recently. Got right out there. His family called me. His sister called me crying the other day saying that they've got some breaks in the case. And she was like, they use your information. So when I say I'm real about this, like, I don't have to get on here and cap. This is what I do all day, every day. And I know what to do. I didn't get out and get all that training for nothing. Like everybody, you can't just decide you're going to be a private investigator. You have to have the training. You have to get the skills. And I do have that. Okay. So when I get on here, I'm for real. I don't have to try to get views because I understand the views will come. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm going to tell y'all the truth. And I'm not going to try to, yeah, and I see lies all the time on here. But I'm not going to get on here and tell, because I'm not threatened by nobody else, because what's for me is I'm going to get. Okay? What's for me, I'm going to get. And what's not for me, I don't even want. That's the difference between me and other people. And I like seeing people eat. Some people, that's how they eat. I covered the Phoenix Coldens case, Justice Terrell. I did. I covered that case. I talk to her mother all the time. So that's why I say it gives me a lot of pleasure to get on here and say that young Dolph is going to get justice. And I wasn't capping. Straight drop got beat up in jail. And it's something else has happened. And when I get off here, I'm going to call my friend back. And then I'll be able to tell y'all about it probably tomorrow. Ike says, my grandfather was killed in 1974 and the bank packed up and moved away with his money and equipment. There's more to this, and if you will like to hear me, and I would love to hear about it. My email address is realtalkwithtamra@yahoo.com. And if you could just email me and give me your phone number, I could call you. I would like to hear more about that. Jelani Day. Okay, send that to my email so that we can start pulling some histories and stuff and start looking into some stuff. And then I got, I don't like to try to toot my own horns. All right, you guys, let's go on and get into our subject. But that's that on that, because I don't ever want nobody to think, because I'm very proud of how God has blessed me. I'm very email real talk with Tamra at Yahoo. It's at yahoo.com, Kim, not Gmail. It's at Yahoo. But I want to know, y'all, what will it take, with all of that has happened? Is Massage Man's Oh, now the Massage Man, you talking about the young man that's dealing in this young Dolph's case, right? Well, that case wouldn't qualify. I mean, I could talk to it, if his family wanted to come and do an interview, I could do that. But as far as the investigation, I wouldn't. Jeremiah, the Memphis police is actively investigating that case. They are actively investigating it. I think Jeremiah is going to get justice too. He's going to get justice too. That whole situation is kind of sick too. Some of these folks will do anything for it. Okay. Let me leave that alone. But the Memphis Police Department is actively investigating that case, and I don't really know what's going on in it. I just know that it's active. I know that it's active. But if his family wants to come on here and talk about that, talk about him, they could definitely come on. But he's gonna get justice too, because that case is active. It's active and it's active. All cases are active though, but it's actively being worked from my understanding. It's actively being worked, Jeremiah's case. And hopefully around the time that they round up everything with Dolph, he'll be right there too, you know, hopefully. I'm sure. But you guys, I want to know, what is it going to take as we start to, why is the case taking so long? Which case are you talking about? Dolph's case or Jeremiah's case? You talking about Dolph's case? I think because not Dolph's case got a lot of twists and turns. Yeah, I just from me looking at it, and I don't know, I don't have any proof. Nobody has told me that, but just from me looking at it, Jeremiah, I don't. It would appear that he was set up some kind of way. You know, it appears that he was set up. Um, you know, it just appears, but it could be something else. You know, because I don't know everything about that case, right? Because the Memphis Police Department is actively working that case. Okay. Let's talk about Mims getting shot at last night in Mobile. Okay. Let's talk about that. You know, what do you all feel about that? What do you all feel about Yo Gotti getting shot at? Now, we don't really know what happened. Did he get shot at, or was it just shooting within the facility because it was a whole lot of people? You know, I don't know. You know, either he got shot at or there was a whole lot of people. You know, it was quite a few people in there. And some people see each other that, you know, they didn't like each other and they started shooting at each other. I'm trying to figure out how they even got guns in there. You know, how did they even get guns in there? So do anybody know what really happened? I'm a father and those kids, I could tell who's lying, who's not lying. Just being absolutely. I heard it was a shooting in the crowd. Okay. It was a shooting in the crowd. So do a lot of y'all, Daw's case has Trey, they know. Yeah, Daw's case has a lot of twists and turns. But I'm gonna tell y'all something. I have not heard anybody say that anybody in Daw's camp had anything to do with his murder. And that's the God's truth. I don't even believe that they believe, because nobody even believes that, you know. Like I said, with Dolph's case, I think people try to make it complicated. It's really not that complicated. In my eyes, I don't think it's that complicated anyways. Like I said, I don't know who tried to assassinate Dolph 2 times before, but I think whatever happened in November, and y'all keep hearing me say that, I don't think it's going to be that far off from that. Do you think that any females involved in the demise, the setup of Dolph? I don't know. You know, I know people say that, you know, a lot of people, I hear people say that they believe that Raven at the cookie shop, you know, did allegedly. But I have to say, I've never heard, and I'm not nobody, I don't know everything, right? But I've never heard anybody say that outside of social media. You know, I'm just saying, anybody I talk to, I've never heard them say that they felt like she was involved. That's why I can't just implicate somebody and I don't know if they were involved, you know. Um and then too, you have to think about, I heard from a reliable source that that very group of people was watching Dolph a couple days 2 days before, and they had plans on trying to take him out, but he had too many people around him. You see what I mean? So it's just, you know, it's a lot of things strange because there are a lot of things that we don't know and we're not privy to, you know. But I do believe that when they finish, it's going to be one of the biggest takedowns that there ever were. Like I said, it's probably some people when they finish, when the investigators and the federal agents finish, it's probably going to be some people. I think the reason you keep hearing death row thrown around so much, because it might be some people that are classified as serial killers. Serial killers are, um you could be classified as a serial killer what if you've killed several people. So a lot of these. And here's the thing, I think some of these people have definitely flipped, because I think either they have an illusion, or their money has given, you know or something has given them a false sense of security, because it's everybody, especially that is connected to this situation, is being watched, even those that had nothing to do with it. And you still got people putting hits or trying to set people up, okay? Or trying to set people up. And that's a sad thing. I'm surprised Yo Gotti was at a spot like that anyways. That's what Tennessee Miss Sector said. Kimberly says there's a ton of false information out regarding Young Dolph's case. Yeah, uh, you know, unfortunately, and it's only because I've seen this before. There are people that get paid to twist situations. Okay, there are people that get paid. They get paid from the people that don't want the truth out, and so they get paid to kind of twist the narrative on things. It happens all the time. Vloggers, and that's not something new. That's something that's been going on, and you would never believe it. But I could look. Jamel says, "Yeah, watch out for them cute ones. They will get you. Look at the dude in New York." If you need to reach Tamara, yes. If you need to reach me, it's Real Talk with Tamara at yahoo.com. Mims got it coming. Get your hands out my pocket. He ran off the stage fast as hell. The whole city of Memphis knows Mims heavy camp that shot at him in Charlotte and LA. You didn't know that? No, I didn't know that. D-Mun says money got them thinking they're untouchable and can't be indicted. Hello, Miss Diane. At Tamara Facts, people and or bloggers get paid to put out. Yeah, a lot of them get paid to put out false information. And they get paid to attack other vloggers, especially if they're credible. If they're credible, they get paid to attack them. They get paid to. That's why I say a lot of people would do anything for money. So that's a sad thing. But what would you all, like to? What will it take for everybody to start healing? Hey, Rose Gold, that's my girl, Rose Gold, y'all. Make sure y'all check out her vlog. Trey, they know, paid to distract people. Absolutely, they paid to distract. You know what? That's the reason why, y'all. That's another one of my friends at the jail. It's gonna be juicy. It's gonna be juicy. Texting me. It's got to be something. Something had to have just something did it. Look at that. I got thrown off. What was I ready to say? Hi to everyone just coming. Please smack. Yes, please hit the like button. Please like the video, you guys. So I want to know, you guys. Somebody gave me a super sticker, and I was talking. I want to thank them. I'm trying to find it. Y'all know this is kind of new to me, and I want to acknowledge everybody that did. I saw two. Mr. 305. Let's see. I can't find it. It went away. Oh, okay. Miss Maria. Thank you, Miss Maria, for the $9.99 super sticker. And somebody else did. Okay, and Southern Boy Northern Living, $3 super sticker. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your support. That means a lot to me. Hello, Miss Teresa. So you guys, I want to know what is it gonna take? What do y'all think it's gonna take? Keisha James says she saw the whole killing from the shell, and as she and her daughter was going in, some Mexican was frightened, running. Wait a minute, it jumped, running out. Then she went over to the scene and said she had zoomed in. If I'm not mistaken, you know, the people that are in that area lives around that area. Okay, the people that hang out around the area live around the area. And one of the young ladies, I remember a young lady that was on live. She says, I saw the people. I mean, I know who the people were or something. All those people kind of knew each other. Okay, so that's why you heard the young man um that does rest in peace young Dolph. Is it the rest in peace young Dolph? Yeah, vlog. He says everybody knew that it was straight. One of those young men was straight drop because they knew him from around the area, right? They said people were saying that's straight drop. So, and like I always say, Cornelius lived 4 minutes from there. Okay, Cornelius lived exactly 4 minutes from the cookie shop. So it was nothing for them to jump in the car and run back to his house and change or snatch off some stuff or whatever. But really all of them kind of live because Orange Mountain is just like 7-8 minutes up the road. So really all of them kind of lived in close proximity, but Cornelius kind of lived really close because he lived right there like 2 streets over from that cookie shop. Okay, so that's why I say, but even with them, I feel, and nobody has told me this, they had Cornelius the longest. Cornelius has probably made some deals. I know a lot of people was saying that he and Little Migos were brothers. Well, I kind of hinted to you all that was not true because I had heard that some birth certificates were pulled and there was no proof of it. I kept saying there's no proof of it. 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 So maybe they are, but there's no proof of it. Because, I think the mother and the father's name, because my mother and father's name is on my birth certificate. And my sister's mother, and me and my sister got the same mama and daddy too, and their names are on, so our birth certificate got the same mama and daddy on it. Okay. And even, I have some more sisters that that are my half sisters, but even on their birth certificate they got my dad's name on it. They have a separate mother from us. But even on their birth certificate, my daddy's name is on that birth certificate. So we do got one parent in common. But it's kind of weird when you ain't got none in common. But hey, I guess it don't mean nothing because you have folks that will put other people's names on birth certificates. So that don't mean nothing. Thank you, Miss Rain, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Teresa Hand says we need programs that can come out and spend time in these hoods. Absolutely. And that's the reason why I'm so happy that the elections are up, because we need good politicians. And then the community has to start getting back within the community. That's what the community has to do, has to start getting back within the community and being active, you know. And I want to say this. I don't really like getting, I talk about politics, but I will say this, y'all, especially as how they trick us as Black people. And I know this because my dad was an elected official for 20 years. Okay. He retired last year. People hated my dad because he spoke his mind and he was straight up for the people. Every 6 months, my dad made sure that 6 different nonprofit organizations got $10,000, which means 2 times a year he gave out 60 grand. to nonprofit organizations, the smaller ones that truly help the community. Okay. And he spoke his mind and he exposed crooked politicians and they couldn't do nothing to him. He got me a TV show. He got himself a TV show. He bought the whole channel. And he had a radio show. My dad is resting now though. He has been fighting and it's a thankless job. He had been fighting for so long. That's why I said I was able to help a lot of people up under my dad's leadership. That's what I felt like I was supposed to do. And I say, as African Americans, we have to stick together, because when people say, well, Key Glock brought those people around Dolph, or I say people will backstab you all the time. I know how it feels because I was helping people. I was getting them money through my dad. I was getting them money to help their businesses, their organizations. Okay. And a lot of them was still jealous and trying to stab me in my back because because of their crabs in the barrel mentality. Even though that's why I say, when people say a lot of people is jealous of Dolph, of course, you have people around you, even though you're helping them, they'll be jealous of you for being in a position to be able to help them. So that's why I make it make sense as Little Migos and Cornelius are not related. Smith is the most common. Absolutely. I said that the whole time. Smith is a very common name. Smith is a very common name. But I think some of his people, they said, recanted that, statement or something, or they kind of clarified that. So that's why I say nobody's going to get away with anything. The people have basically, I think the reason you see Mia J and all of them so quiet is because Mia J, as I was saying all the time, is a smart young lady. Okay. She is. Mia J was able to get in really good with, a lot of these politicians, okay? And I'm hearing they're working hard to get these laws changed by June. That's why I say a lot of them are going to feel they're going to feel the effects of these laws and stuff that they changed. A lot of these people that did this to Dolph. So with Mia J getting in good, they feel pressured, and they should, because they should feel pressured about every murder case in Memphis. Okay. But I think about Dolph and how he gave, right? How he gave back. And it seems to me, even in his death, his spirit is still walking around because he's still giving back. Because look at it. Like, we've been able to connect. A lot of people have been able, vlogs and stuff have been able to go viral because of doing commentary on him. A lot of people have been able to meet in chat rooms because of him and have like common goals. And a lot of people like Howard Burnett and a lot of other people y'all have not even probably heard about yet that have been assassinated by whoever these people are. It's because of this situation with Dolph. Unfortunately, he died, but as I've been saying, it seems to me that it opened up a whole can of worms. So his spirit is still alive and well, okay? Miss Nisa said, Tamara, you make me feel better when we speak on Dolph, and you have told us what you already, told us what you do already. All the other bloggers, she's not as real as you think. Oh, thank you, Miss Nisi. Thank you. All the other bloggers, not as real as you. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Nisi. So true, Miss T. You got to be careful who you help. That's true, Mister. I learned the hard way because I felt like I was like, my dad is in a position and I got to help my people because I started getting into politics. I have a production company where I produce commercials. Like, a lot of these politicians have been coming to me to produce their commercials to put on TV and on radio, right? And I started my production company because I have a TV show. So I started doing video work. I've been doing it now for 9 years, right? And And that's kind of weird. A video company and an investigative company, but I do more investigative work. Um, and so I started meeting a lot of politicians, and I started figuring out, because like my dad, I was like, I would see my dad fighting, but I still didn't know a lot about politics until my dad said, well, I need you to start getting out, meeting some of these politicians, because these are going to be the people that you need to help your business. And so when I started getting out, and really, and you don't see me going, I don't like to go to a lot of events, not trying to say anything bad about anybody, but I just don't, I started understanding what's truly going on in the Black community. And a lot of what's going on in the Black community is a lot of these politicians are selling the Black community out to include other Black people that we put in position. And just because we elect them and put them into position and they look like us, don't mean we have to watch them. There's a lot of money that comes into the Black community. We have to make sure those funds are being allocated. A lot of these poor communities get millions of dollars to come in, but you have to have the right politician to make sure that they are putting that money into your community, because they will put it into their pockets. So, and they know Black people a lot of, because they'll say, well, they'll put out, and that's another thing that they do. They, let's see, Shari says, politics ain't got nothing to do with Young Dolph's investigation. But as I stated, the Department of Justice doesn't trust MPD. When Mims got MPD on his payroll for security. And you know what, Sharis, I'm not going to dispute you on that, because you have a lot of like the Grizzlies players, and you have a lot of celebrities that they will do details. That's what it's called, details. They will do details and be bodyguards for a lot of these celebrities, right? But you have to understand, a lot of these officers that do details, a lot of them are patrolmen, and they don't have anything to do with the investigation. Now, here's the thing that's working in Dolph's favor. You have two federal agencies, for whatever reasons, that's working this case. That's how you know it's big. When you got two, that is gigantic. So you talking about you have three different entities working together that don't necessarily have any loyalty to each other. So I think even if somebody wanted to be crooked, I think they would be too afraid to be crooked at this point, because they're going to end up in federal prison. That's what's going to happen with the rest of them. Hello, MV8. D Church says, who is Jeremiah? Jeremiah is the young man that was taking care of Dolph's mural. And every time I think about Jeremiah's case, it make my head hurt, because it's really weird. Healing is natural by human design if the wound is treated and not irritated by constant picking. The government and CIA is the real enemy. Need a detective is who will want you reputable, has integrity, and genuine. Thank you, Miss Kimberly. Black law enforcement we need, period. Power to the people. That's why the Department of Justice got two federal agencies investigating the case, FBI and CIA. You guys, please hit the like button. Severe says some may never heal from this, and as a rule, hurt people hurt people. Dolph Wealth is holding those FBI GIB down. We also need to get the no snitching out of it. Absolutely. That's something that they've put into the community, especially the Black communities. I'm gonna tell you what that no snitching comes from, and I can't believe that a lot of young African American men have adopted that. That's no snitching came from when a lot of these people that go and commit these crimes, okay, these organized crimes that are a part of these organized crimes, they go and recruit these younger men and women to get out, to go do their dirty work. And so this has been put into the atmosphere, and it mainly happens in the Black community. Well, you a G, so you don't snitch. You a rat, because they want to commit the crimes, but they want to be out because they too coward to go and do their time. Their life is too important. What they got going on is too important. They feel like these young people that they're sending out to do this dirt life ain't really worth nothing. So they tell them, you go be a G. If you say something, you a rat. And a lot of these young men are brainwashed. They don't know the meaning of love. And it's surprising to me, a lot of these older men adopt that. And they see people terrorizing their neighborhood, raping the women, the little girls. I ain't no rat. But then you will say, we need to stop doing this. We need to clean our communities up. When Lil Ray Ray is the one breaking into these houses, raping these little girls at night, burglarizing these old ladies' homes. But you won't say anything. So we can't be double-minded. Because our communities, I wouldn't want nobody. And I got to live in the neighborhood, and I know that he is a menace to society. And I ain't gonna say nothing. And it's my neighborhood that I pay mortgage or rent in, and I got children that's got to walk to and from, and I got valuables in my house, but I ain't gonna say nothing. And he a menace, and ain't got no loyalty to nobody. Absolutely. Demon, no snitching, just a tool to keep them from telling on the puppet master. That's true. That's so true. That's true. Because the puppet master too weak to go do federal time. He want to be able to mess up somebody else's child's life. Okay. And that's what's been going on. That's unfortunate. That's what's been going on, y'all. I've seen like so much heinous stuff from the times that like I said before, I've worked for both police departments, and I've seen some heinous stuff. I see what people do. And these are hardcore thugs, quote unquote thugs, that's supposed to keep it real. As I said before, I'll never forget a case. I'll never forget that there was a young lady, and I've never forgotten it, and it's been some years ago. I'll never forget it. That came up there, and she should have been beat all across her head. See, I'm getting mad just thinking about it. But I always mention this. I always talk about this story because I want y'all to know how bad people are. And then we'll get mad at the police when the police should have put him to sleep permanently. And the young lady had moved a dude up into her house. She had a 6-month-old baby. 6 months old. And she moved a Negro up into her house. She ain't really knowing. She just a pair of pants, a young girl. She go to work. She leaving her 6-month-old baby there with a man that she don't even know like that. They moved him up into her house. He's so pathetic. He's so sick. Don't really need to be walking on this side of the earth. It's been years ago, and I'm getting mad just talking about it. That 6-month-old baby, he decided he want to rape her. A 6-month-old baby. And y'all talking about them police should not have beat his ass. They should have put him to sleep permanently. But then these are the people that we caping for because he a thug. The police shouldn't have put his hands on him. Don't no real man let no man like that walk around. The real man should have been with the police. He penetrates the baby and tears the baby up. A 6-month-old baby and then goes to the Walmart and get needle and thread and try to sew the baby back up. But these are the people that we cape for. And when the police got there, they whooped his ass and sent him to the med. And then we had people caping for him. The police shouldn't have put their hands on him. It was police that was crying, that was psychologically messed up from what they saw. But we had people in the community caping for that thug because people have been taught to hate the police. But when something go on, somebody trying to break in your house, you trying to call the police. Okay? So we can't have it both ways, y'all. We're going to either protect the citizens and get these thugs off the street and demand that we do have good, because we need law enforcement. Because if we didn't, we'll have thugs like that everywhere. Look at how straight dropping them were terrorizing Memphis. They weren't the only ones, but they was. So okay, and let me get off that, because I every time I think about that, I get, but I've always remembered that, and that's what I'm talking about. She needs to have been hit all over across her head, because how you gonna move a man up in your house that you don't even know, and then he ain't got nothing, you out working and you got him keeping your baby. Okay, let's go back to the Dolph's situation. It bothers me. No, I don't advocate violence. I know somebody that hate the police, even though I've just told them what this man did to a baby. You have to watch people who gonna sit up and say I'm advocating violence and don't have any feelings on when I said a little baby was sexually assaulted. You have to watch people like them. Okay. Um, you have to watch stuff like that. Because I think anybody would share my sentiments. Somebody think that they could rape a 6-month-old baby. But anyways, you guys, let's get back to because when I started talking about stuff like that, it truly bothers me. Okay, Monty, it truly bothers me because thank you so much, Monty, for the cash app. I appreciate that so much. It truly bothers me because I'm a very compassionate person. And I understand how things have been engineered within our communities. That's why I have a heart for um, our young men. That's why y'all have been hearing me say from the beginning in this young Dolph's case, even though I want to see all of the players got, and they're going to get got. If we only get the limbs, because straight dropping them are the limbs of the tree. If we only get the limbs of the tree and we don't get the root of the tree, it's still a travesty of justice. It's still a travesty of justice, because what's going to happen is all the limbs are going to get put in jail. And if we don't get the root, the tree is still going to grow some more limbs sooner or later, which means you still going to have people putting bags and stuff all on people's heads when they think this has died down. When I feel like, you know, the root of the tree is more important than even the limbs, because if you cut the root, you've killed the whole tree anyways. If you dig up the root, you uproot it, the whole tree is through. But if you just get the limbs and you leave the tree, that tree gonna grow some more rotten limbs and leaves. That's how I feel. So the people that put a hit out on Dolph, and he did have a hit put out on him, I want to see them got, because they got to know that they are not above the law. Just looking at a lot of these guys involved with the Young Dog case, they all look like they have mental illnesses. Yeah. You think about Straight Drop. Straight Drop was convicted of aggravated rape as a teenager. It's something wrong with that. Okay? It's something wrong with that. And you're right. A lot of them look like they have mental illnesses, but then you have and a lot of them don't know what love is, because even with Straight Drop, have you seen a family member be supportive of him? You have not seen a mama, nothing. And I'm not saying he don't have that, but you have not seen that. Okay? So a lot of these young men are looking for validation. Here's the thing. I'm just going to use this as an example. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm just going to use this as an example. If a young man has a talent, okay, and if you truly about your community, that's why I say a lot of these Negroes, oh Lord, please help me because once I get going, y'all, I'll mess around and talk too much, because I start getting angry when I start thinking about how people manipulate young men. Okay, but if you're in a position, I'll just leave it at this: if you're in a position to help a person, why don't you help them the right way? Don't offer them things to be your hitman and ruin their lives. And see, that's why I say a lot of people, a lot of these politicians, it is important that the right politicians are put into place, because you have more mothers, and it's more, and I say mothers because more women are raising children on their own. Fathers got to get back into the home, but the mother is the breadwinner, and she's raising children, and she's working multiple jobs to try to put food on the table. And so a lot of times the kids are left at home, and you can't blame her because she's got to feed her children. Okay, a lot of women get a lot of flack, and I don't appreciate that, because I never could understand, and I don't deal with men that do it either. I never could understand how a man could fix his mouth to be disrespectful to a woman when they probably was raised by a single woman who worked her ass off to put food on the table and put food in his mouth. He saw how his mother struggled, and then they make they you these black men can't even get a record deal unless they're demeaning black women. These black women get out the majority of them and work their tails off to put food on their table, to take and put food in their kids' mouth. And then they have the nerve to be disrespectful. You have to show these black women more respect than that. Because when you get through calling her names, she's still taking care of your babies 24/7. And so that's why I say these politicians, putting the right politicians in place is very critical, because if you put the right politicians in place, you wouldn't have to, they could bring in jobs in the community, whereas you can work one job and put food on the table. And a lot of people don't realize that. Instead, it's a lot of crooked politicians all over the United States in place. They'll say, well, we brought Ford to this place, we brought Ford to this city, we brought Chevrolet to this city, but then the first thing they'll do is they so crooked, they will allow their family members and friends to put a temporary service in that company, which is still modern day slavery. When the person really should be making about $25-$30 an hour, instead they're selling the people out and allowing their friends and their family members to put temporary services into the companies. Okay, and the people still ain't really getting paid anything. Those are the types of games that they play. Let's see. Shirley James Jenkins says, I think Shondell got the reward. The DA, Mr. Parker, said they were getting info on the highway, and Pierre reported when police went through gate, Shondell wasn't with them. And remember, they said when they caught them, they got more evidence. Yeah, I always felt like, and nobody told me this, I always felt like that Shondell was the person that gave the drop. That's what I felt like. I've always felt that way. I always felt like that Shondell was the person that gave the drop. I don't know why I felt that way, but I did. I don't know what happened, but I kind of felt like he was. And as I said before, I don't think it was a coincidence that they was in Indiana. I do believe that they was sent to Indiana to um hide out. I, I'm through with that. Not if you have some seeds. I'm an empath. I can feel your energy. You're a good person, not one of these scammers. Thank you, love. Thank you so much, Hero Fix TV. Um, at Dennis Bridge, please be respectful in the chat. I really don't desire to block you. Shara says, "Man, Memphis politicians full of crap, and Nashville is too." Yeah, absolutely. Shara, it's time to put some more people into place. You know, Memphis and Shelby County is predominantly black. There's no reason why we should not be vetting these politicians and putting the right people in place. If you start putting the right politicians into place, you're going to see a lot of people don't have to work 2 and 3 jobs, because their politician is going to make sure when they get these jobs to come into the area that they bring the people in permanently and not through a temporary service. They're not going to sell their people out. And that's what's happening. It's too many politicians selling out people, and they look just like you and I, black. Mother raised her 16 kids in the country. We are responsible adults. We saw our Veterans Day and the dominant mother. Absolutely, Teresa. We need policemen just like we need air. We got to have them. They killed Dolph in broad daylight, and I know there was a patrolman somewhere in the area, but they have no respect for authority. No, they have no respect for authority, because you see what they do on TV. They sensationalize, and they do that purposely when a white police officer gunned down a black man, and they should. They should bring attention to it. They should. But they also need to bring a lot of attention to, just like you see Al Sharpton and them out when that happens, we have way more black on black crimes. Black folks killing each other all day, every day. Look at that overkill with Dolph. So we need those same so-called leaders out in the community doing something about that. But they don't want to do that, because they only want to come out when the national cameras are out. It's a game to keep us emotional, when really this black on black poverty ignites crime. That's why I say I can it's all of this stuff has been engineered. And that's why I have such a heavy heart for my community. Even though when I get mad, I go, but all of this stuff was engineered in our community. I know what they've done to our people. And it makes me mad when a cuckabug head Negro that we put in office that understand what has happened to our people selling us out after we've trusted them and put them and elected them and put them into office. I'm out. I enjoyed what I hear. It seems like your voice is something that needs to be heard. I have to prepare to step back out here tomorrow. I'm still a working man. I hear much love. Thank you, Hallelujah, baby. Thank you for coming in. Good money jobs work 10 to 12 hours a day plus weekends. But these younger people not feeling them jobs no more. Yeah, that's true. And then too, and I'm not trying to tell people how to raise their children, but a lot of these kids are overcompensated too. A lot of these younger people that have these children feel like giving you supposed to give them everything. They ain't supposed to want for nothing. When you do that, they don't feel like they're supposed to work for nothing. We had to work for what we wanted. We was taught about working and saving money to get what we wanted. And our mamas didn't feel like an accomplishment was going out buying $300 or $400 shoes, Nikes, that they make in the factory for $2. Hello, Roy. Thanks for being here. Bring back the malls with eBay and Amazon. That's just that's those 2000 babies are doing that. They need to change gun laws there. Yeah. They're supposedly in the process of changing some laws, Essence, that are supposed to go into effect. I don't know if it's the gun law, but I know they said they're working on some laws that are going to go into effect in in June. And I think they're working hard to try to get a lot of these laws changed. Like I said, I think these people that did this situation with Dolph, and I feel like it's a lot of people involved, they're gonna feel the effects of that. The way that they killed him was overkill, but they're gonna make some examples out of some people, from what I'm hearing. How about we make custody 50-50 from birth in all states? How come no one talks about rebuilding our families in this? I still believe in the family structure. Ike, you're right. Maybe some of us should run for office at the local level. That would be a good thing, to start voting for Black people. Vote based on name recognition or race. Um, Voting based on name recognition is what's got us in poverty, because we keep voting for people because we know their name, instead of throwing them out of office because they're not doing anything for our community, and putting in somebody who may not have the experience just yet, but is not bought out. Because when people don't have a lot of money behind them, that means they have not been bought out. When you see a person with a lot of money behind them, a lot of people endorsing them, you need to watch them, because what are they going to do when they get in office? They got to pay those people back. um that old white judge that let Straight Drop out wouldn't have done so if he committed a crime against one of his family members. That's true, Demon. They wouldn't. They let him out to continuously terrorize our community. Thomas Sotomayor was talking about the same thing for years. Black people in politics don't care. Sometimes for our communities, they feel we can't help them. Just this morning, just before 3 a.m., a shoot about half a mile from me snatched another black male from life was taken. Wow. That's so sad. What happened to Sunday school for kids? That's true. JOB, that's right. Having kids having kids today and not raising them. That's true. Um, because I think about Dolph. Dolph always rapped about he was an '80s crack baby, right? Because his parents around the '80s, I guess, had gotten strung out on drugs. But you could tell that Dolph, from a lot of his mannerism, from you look at a lot of his gestures, the way that he would fold his arms and stuff, you could tell that he was raised by an older person, by his grandmother, because he still had some mannerism. You know what I mean? You could tell that he was raised in a household where they had to share. That's why he constantly gave out money. And you could tell he grew up wanting some things, because even back then the community still kind of took care of the kids, especially around the '80s, the early '90s. So you could tell he grew up in a household where there was some structure. I think that's probably, he had some type of regards for life, which is the reason, because he had the money to retaliate on them Negroes when they was trying, whoever they were, to take him out before. He had the money, but evidently the man had some type of regards for life and didn't want to take them away from their children. But you see, they didn't have no empathy on him. They took him right away from his. And that's the reason why them folks working to take them right off of this earth. But to be truthful, I think some of them probably want to go. I don't think they can go and do that federal time for the rest of their life. So I think a lot of them probably want to die. And look like to me they're gonna get it. Give the young and a job laying down, they get up and quit. They feel entitled. But that if they're still teenagers, their parents are gonna have to dare them to quit. Yes, Lord, during the summer we were in the pea field picking peas, and by the time the sun came up, we would leave. These young men are ready to do 25 to life death, but can't do 4 years in high school. That's true. They feel like it's an honor to go and do 25 to life. But you know what? It goes back to what I was talking about, Straight Drop. Straight Drop, when Judge, he probably thought he was going to do, somebody probably had gassed him up and said, but he's been through the system. But Straight Drop looked like he wanted to pass out when Judge Coffey said you could get a life sentence, which is 60 years. See, a lot of people got it confused because you'll hear somebody saying a minute, well, life ain't but 25 years. 25 years too long to be away from, especially if you got family and children. But in Tennessee, it's 60 years. You are certainly right, Miss C, because Al Sharpton would have come to Memphis and demanded the street to stop the violence on black crime due to gun violence. Hold on now. I beg to differ on that one. Which one you beg to differ on, Kenny? They're killing black women left and right. That's right. And they used to have regards for women and children. It seems like once or twice a week. And the people in Memphis in this chat can vouch for me. It seems like once or twice a week you hear about a child being shot and killed here in Memphis. People have no regards for life. I remember a time they would not touch the women and the babies. But you hear rappers putting out songs, kill the kids too, because you're a rat, your kids is a mice. So yeah, I killed this little baby too, and they think that's a badge of honor. That's why I say this society is kind of screwed up. And the people that put that in their heads, their children are not living in the hood. They don't even want their children around nobody like them. And when they just send destruction back to the hood. They get the money and run and send destruction back to the hood. And when they can't give, that's when the OGs give them their old Air Jordans. Right. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe to the channel. That would mean so much to me. Teresa says, why do our black communities look for outer attire? What about our hearts? That's true. You know what? That's true, Teresa. Some individuals don't turn out to be like their parents. Grandmothers are 35 years old. What kind of grandmothers can they be? Yeah, Doc was an old soul. Yeah, you could tell he was an old soul. I can go from some Chinese buffet right now. His auntie passed a year before young Dolph was born, Big Mama Thornton. Need to reach Tamara, her email. If you are, my email is realtalkwithtamara@yahoo.com. Dolph had a very humble heart. Grandmother, yeah, and like I said, it bothers me that they try to take that young man out twice. And it seems like to me, he had some type of regards for life because he had the money to have them taken out. They can't say that man wanted to try to kill them because they tried to kill that man twice before, whoever. And he didn't do anything back. And they looked at that as a weakness. I feel like Dolph just did not want any bloodshed. He knew he was living in a suburban area in Atlanta, but he still had artists that he was grooming that was still in the streets. That man didn't want to see no bloodshed, but I think that's what a lot of people wanted. And a lot of these people that think that they're playing chess, they send out little weak links and get in their heads, and they want them to be into beefs because they got all this insurance on them. Okay? Because so they really couldn't care about them getting killed. As a matter of fact, they would want that so they can get the insurance. Detroit is trying to make a comeback. Home sitting right good right now. That's right, Teresa. He was raised really good. His grandmother raised him very well. I'm not familiar with him. Don't follow rap. Okay. His name is Young Dolph. He was gunned down in the city of Memphis. Nipsey Hussle and Young Dolph live in paradise over the other side. These young people are addicted to clout today and drugs, heroin. I remember a time that, African black people didn't do heroin. I would give all involved the chair the way they did my dog. It really hurts. They're going to get it. Miss Beth, they're going to get the chair. They are. And Tennessee is one of the only states that still has the electric chair. A lot of people didn't believe me when I said that. They had to go look it up. It's true. But them putting them in the electric chair couldn't be no crueler than the way they did Dolph. I bet Straight Drop is going to get severely hurt because he will not be in protective custody unless it's the chair. And if he was the shooter, I hope he gets the chair. I heard about him on Thaddeus. Okay. Yeah, Thaddeus was talking about him too. He covered the case also. Mike Jones, they also addicted to the major drugs that the world is producing out these pharmacies. Absolutely. Percocets. Absolutely. Um, it's crazy how people get in jail. It's crazy how people get in all this trouble and don't even know the law until they go to court. The FBI should investigate the Surratt Police Department, Irene Roberts, and Monifa for setting up Kanika Jenkins' Zach TV. Yeah, it's something strange about that Kanika Jenkins. Was Kanika in Illinois? Um, yeah. Dolph LeBoy is going to be a stand-up guy. Yeah, you could tell Dolph's son is very mature. And I think he's going to um he's going to be just as successful as his dad was. I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. That's why I hope a lot of these Negroes be in jail. A lot of them, by the time he get older, they already old. They'll be old and even older and more rusty. But hopefully they'll be in jail. Because it's obvious people get threatened by folks and send hits. I saw on news in New York someone shot a baby as they were driving to Easter Sunday. That's sad. They wanted Dolph off the face of the earth. Why? I can't understand, Teresa, other than jealousy, why they wanted Dolph off of the face of the earth. It was jealousy. 60 years, I'm passing out ASAP. I saw a recent picture of Dolph's kids. They look like they were at the zoo. And his son looks very sad. Do you think that Mia J got them in therapy? More than likely, Dolph was very close to his children. Those kids adored their dad, and he loved his kids. He talked about them in every interview. He was very proud of his kids. You know, the way they took that man down. I it and I listen, and I know I shouldn't be like this, but I gotta say it. I was looking at um Instagram, and I was looking at a video that Soldier Boy put up, and he was, it was a reveal. So he's having a baby. I guess this is his first baby. He's having a little boy. He's having a son. And he was all excited. He was running because, that's his first son, I guess. And he posted, son, oh my God, I'm having a son. Son, I will love you forever. But just some months back, he was putting money all on top of his head, soliciting a hitman to take Dolph's son's father away from him. And now he's sitting up talking about how he gonna always love his son, how proud he is. But he had $100,000 on his head trying to get a hitman to take another man away from his son. That did something to me. That's right, Dennis. They need to stop this pill popping. That's those 2,000 babies. I feel like Dolph should have gotten them out the way. Maybe he still be there. Still be here. They are drinking lean. Yeah, I hear lean has a lot of heroin in it. I wonder if old school hip hop artists, what's that? Pastas are still the thing. For those of you all that are just coming into the room, please hit the like button. Also, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please subscribe. I hope that Snoop Bands is moving smart after getting on live, confirming that Straight Drop got beat up I kind of wish that he had not done that on live because he's making himself a target. I think Snoop. Well, I think Snoop Bands. You're right. Every time you see Snoop Bands, he has a whole lot of men around him. You know, a lot of his partners and stuff are around him. But you're right. He's gonna have to move smarter now. And I think I've spoken about because I've seen a lot of people have been going to his social media and blowing his social media up. I'm talking about with likes and stuff. And he was one of those artists that my daughter loves his sound and his music that I wanted to see blow up also. So yeah, but yeah, sure, hopefully he'll move. Of course, like when you see him, he's always got, you know, a lot of dudes around him. But yeah, that's true. I hope they do. And I'm not a person that hates others. I have a heart of gold, but right is right and wrong is wrong. Absolutely. That's why when people say, well, people choosing sides, I think people just choosing the side of what's right. A man was gunned down and taken, his life was interrupted because of nonsense. He was taken away from his family, okay, because of nonsense. Okay, Chicago. That's okay. I remember that she was in a hotel and her friends was there with her. I saw on Nations News where drugs are pushed into black communities by the government. They always get their share. Oh, absolutely. It's been happening forever, Teresa. That's true. The chair is worse, all that electricity than a bullet. Yeah. The chair is worse than a bullet. That's the electric chair is a very cruel way. Well, it's a very harsh way to die. It's, and a lot of states have abolished it except for Tennessee. And I think with how high profile Dolph's case is, I think people are going to be affected by it for years to come. So just like Texas don't let their people sit on death row very long. They go ahead and inject them and send them on up. Um, I think with this Dolph's case, I don't think these young men are going to sit on death row for 25 and 30 years. I think they're going to get some justice. Once they are convicted, I think they might sit on death row about 10 or 15 years. Then they're going to send them to their chair. Those kids are amazing already. Extra, yeah. His daughter looks just like him. His son looks like him in a different way. And you could tell his son has a maturity about him. You could tell he takes care of his mother and his sister. You could tell already with his maturity, he feels that obligation, to take care of his mom and his sister. I'm sure as a little boy. Hopefully, Dolph's kids will have a heart of gold just like he did. I hope so. It's so tragic. And I wonder how people can live with themselves, because even after Dolph was killed, the people that was involved in this was tormenting his artists and online laughing about it. Just didn't have no type of remorse about it. Jealous is a demonic evil spirit. You must pray. That's right, Teresa. Jealousy is as deadly and evil. The Bible says jealousy is as deadly as the grave, and that's true. Real talk with Tamara. You said, "What's my IG?" It's Real Talk with Tamara. Beth Hubbard says, "But how will he raise his son?" I saw Soldier Boy gender reveal. I'm sure Carmel was watching the same video. You're absolutely right, Tennessee Mid Sector. Absolutely. Absolutely. You have to read what you saw. Dolph's kids are very loved, but they will always miss him. And look at what happened to their dad. I'm hurting and sad. Yeah, it is a sad thing. When you know people have that much hatred towards you, you have to do something about it. Who's Snoop? Snoop Bands is one of Dolph's artists, and Snoop Bands is in that song. Dolph has a song And Snoop Bands is rapping in that song with him. It's one of my favorite ones that he's got. Okay. The song is called Nothing to Me. I listen to that song when I'm on the treadmill in the morning. So I listen to it every day. It makes me run faster. I love this song. But Snoop Bands and Paper Route Woo Woo is rapping in that song with him. I love it. It's called Nothing to Me. So if you want to see who he is, go to Dolph's song, Young Dolph, Nothing to Me. Snoop Bands is rapping in that song. And Snoop Bands lives in Castelia. He's in Castelia. He goes live in Castelia, or he's from Castelia. He goes live in Castelia every day, every single day. 94 likes. Thank you guys. For those of you all are just coming in, please hit the like button. I wonder if Mia J will let her children know everything. They are in major counseling, I'm sure. 2 or 3 therapists. I hope so. Um, I'm sure she will. I don't think it's any way for them not to know because I'm sure they're in school and stuff. So I'm sure she's found a way to talk to them. My bad. I mean, I wonder if old school hip hop artist posters are still a thing. I don't know. If you know God, you will reap what you sow. They already reaping, Miss Teresa. I'm gonna tell you something. They already reaping. A lot of them, I bet a lot of them are not sleeping at night because they don't know when them folks gonna come and hit that door. They just know they coming. They don't know when, but they know they coming. Do they have a choice with lethal injection in Tennessee? I think so. They give them a choice. They do. Next to Suge Knight, Teresa Hand, whether you know God or not, good, bad, or both, you will reap. You definitely gonna reap. I think God have the chair because I think Georgia still has the chair because the what's the MC Michaels was up for it, but they took it off the Amber Aubrey case. Okay. I heard the Cookie Monster is gonna shoot up Makita's. They laugh and make death because they are soulless demonic entities that aren't capable of showing compassion. They still have not shown a lot of them any compassion. I think they thought they was gonna be able to kill Dolph and get away with it and make subliminals on their music and laugh about it like cold-hearted creatures. And it has backfired on a lot of these people. That's what I think they thought they was gonna be able to do. And I think whoever, because straight dropping them always talked about the type of money that they have or whatever. I think um I don't think money is gonna have a whole lot to do with justice at this point. People can go get the best lawyers, but it's just gonna break you because I still don't think it's going to determine any justice at this point. Because we don't know. It was so many people. There are people around that area all day every day. Can y'all imagine the people that we don't know about, that these people have as witnesses, that we don't even know about, that are in protective custody? Wow. Mississippi is still allowed to use a firing squad. I'm not surprised. No, Snoop Bands. Snoop Bands is spelled SNUPEBANDZ. Snoop Bands. Straight Drop was on a video playing and laughing, saying, "I'm headed to turn himself in." And a Straight Drop was headed to whatever city. He was headed somewhere in Indiana. That's what he was doing. He was trying to hold on, y'all. Straight Drop was trying to get a head start. Like he was intending to go underground. I think he was sent to Indiana. Somebody sent him there to hide. That's what I think. That's what I think. And he was trying to. He thought he was throwing the police off by saying, "I'm going to turn myself in Monday." He felt like he would have been in his hiding spot by that Monday, right? EPMD. Now Denver Lane started the woo woo. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button. Humble Soul says, "Hello, Tamara. I am Eugene. Prayers and hugs as well as hearts. Thank you." Snoop Bands looks like a young Snoop Dogg. He do kind of look like a Snoop Dogg. He do. Do you think Dolph knew more street gangsters than he allowed public to know? I haven't seen him go left. I'm sure Dolph grew up right in that area, around that area where a lot of he was a street guy himself. Um, if you listen to Mia J, she said, him being a celebrity, he was always gone, but he had gotten to the point where he had started choosing his family. Um, he wanted to be there to raise his kids. He says, Snoop Band's song "Go Hard" is a banger. I'm gonna listen to that. Lil Snoop died back in 2013. No, Snoop Bands. I don't know who Lil Snoop is. Thank you so much for being you. Thank you, Miss Teresa. Next time we see Straight Drop, he's probably going to have bags. Y'all, it's something has happened. I had two people that was calling me from the jail. Two. So it's something that went on. Lethal injections is primary, but our state doesn't offer gas chamber. I feel her pain. I know she missed the talks and laughs together and just laying next to him. Yeah, it's sad. When you look at Mia J, she looks like she's in excruciating pain. She looks like it. How about they put him in the alligator pit? Justice delayed is not justice denied. No, the longer it takes, um, you know, and a straight drop in them are gonna get, it's gonna be justice because you got straight drop and you got Cornelius, and it won't be long for the other ones, you know. Um, I think Makitas will never be the same. They may have to get out of Memphis because lots of people will forever believe they had something to do with Dolph's demise. Yeah. And then that's the area that Dolph, grew up in. And the people may be kind of divided. And it's obvious because they was receiving threats. What they did was very wrong and they should have to answer for it. And they are Malika, they're gonna answer for that. Um, well, maybe Tennessee needs a firing squad. Shoot them 22 times the same way they did Dolph. Hey, Miss T. Hello, Miss Catalea. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link for anybody. I guess um, we just kind of been, doing kind of open conversation tonight, but we still been keeping it on Dolph. I want to know what y'all feel. What is it gonna take what do y'all want to see happen in this Dolph situation? What do y'all think is gonna happen, and what do y'all want to see happen? Like, what will it take for people too, because I think right now a lot of us just kind of feel like that there has not been any justice, right? Although it's happening in the background, we still have not really seen it yet. And but what do you all? What I want to hear what y'all think. I want to know what it's going to take for us to start healing, for our communities to start healing. I dropped the link for anybody that wants to come up And what do y'all want to see happen in this Dolph's case? God don't like ugly, and Soldier Boy got it coming. The Lord works in mysterious ways. You got that right, Miss Malika. Um, Honey, the owners of Makeda's would never leave Memphis. It's been their home too. It's unfortunate what happened to their family business. Yeah. Why is what is that? Sirac? Why in Sirac they got a music artist named Lil Flip, and this one in Houston, Texas. Um, Nothing was going to take him away from his family. Then these killers see his family pics, pure love. Yeah, I want to know who sent the hit. Kansas City, Mac. I promise you, hmm, we all waiting on that. We all waiting on that, Kansas City, Mac. We all waiting on that. Because somebody definitely sent the hit. But yeah, Dolph loved, people, you know, talk. I think Dolph loved. It appears to me he loved his family. Because he did an interview with a young lady in Boston, and she asked him, was he married? He said, "No, I'm not married." But she said, "Well, it looks whatever it is." She said, "I thought you all was married." He said, "No, we're not married." She said, "But whatever it is, it looks like you're real happy." He said, "I'm damn happy." He was talking about Mia J fixed him some shrimp and grits that taste like gourmet. That was so good to him, it just tastes like it was gourmet. Like he was very much, I think he very much adored her. Um, Kansas City said the cookie spot is finished. Right now, it's just too many unanswered questions. Yes, it is. Kansas, we all do too. Um, I just want to know why. I want to know why too. I think it had a lot to do with jealousy. Um, Welcome to, and some people, it's weird to me. Some people don't feel like it was a hit, but if, like I keep saying, Straight Drop in them have fallen out with Dolph 2 years, but well, back in 2017, Dolph was still coming back and forth to Memphis. Okay. And looking at his history in 2017, he was still living in Memphis. It looks like, y'all know him knows I pulled his history right. So it looks like he was still living in Memphis. I know he bought a house for $1,200,000. He's been living in Atlanta, for like the outskirts of Atlanta, in a suburban area, for a few years now. But he was still coming back and forth to Memphis. Dolph still have family over there in Castelia. Castelia and Orange Mound is right there together. Whatever they have fallen out about, it wasn't enough for Straight dropping them to want to murder Dolph. Okay, so I'm with you on that, Kansas City Mac. Who put the bag on his head? Because in order for them to want to destroy him in November, I think the young men who plotted it, who did it, they was jealous. They was already jealous. So when the money, they was given the money, or they was propositioned with the money, that was just their motivation to do it, because they was already jealous. Well, they said Dolph found out about his charges. That's what I heard. That Dolph found out about Straight Drop's rape charges, and he didn't want that around him. And that's what any businessman would do. I would never support any business that promoted a aggravated rapist, because that is completely disrespectful, you guys, especially if it was proven. Okay, that's disrespectful to women. A person that has been convicted of aggravated rape, that makes your business look bad. So I completely understand that. And then want the type of energy around him. Makeda's was trying to be like the Sopranos. um, nature knew what happened to Dolph was wrong. That is what a earthquake. Yep, an earthquake happened at night. We have not had an earthquake in many years. And I thought somebody was, and it's weird. I had company at my house, some of my friends, and I was like, is somebody knocking up, beating on my door? Like it was weird. And and I saw my friend because she was laying on my couch, and I saw my friend with her legs moved. I said, did somebody beat on my door? But and then we found out it was an earthquake. I mean, it shook kind of hard. You're right. Um, and I won't forget that. You're right. It was an earthquake that, and in here in Memphis, the night that Dolph was killed, there was an earthquake. God was angry. I believe God was angry because they interrupted that man's life for no reason at all. Somebody that had come back to the Memphis to give back to the community. Um, the OGs will get pulled because they are the source of lots of issues on the streets, misleading the young adults. If anyone took a phone call in reference to Dolph's demise, all be pulled. We'll all be pulled. Sure will. You got that right. Y'all, you think about that Cheryl Rice situation. I was looking at, y'all know I covered that Cheryl Rice case. I interviewed when, even when, it had gone cold and the news was not covering it anymore. I would always bring his mother on my TV show every year to talk about Lorenzen's case. Okay. And I was looking at a little bit of it the other day, and they had her cousin who actually turned state's evidence, and they was reading some of the text messages. I'm telling y'all now, this is one of the reasons why they was able to get Shara. The FBI was working the case. The whole had gotten in and was working the case the whole time quietly. It took what, 7 years? It took 7 years for this situation to turn. Okay. And um the prosecutor was reading from a transcript all of the messages that they thought they had deleted. The FBI was able to get them, and they was on a transcript. And the prosecutor was reading to him the messages between him and Shara. Isn't that something? If you listen to his music, he was always saying he knew it was a price tag on him. Yeah, he knew it, and it seems to me. Okay. Catalea says, I would like to know also who made the judgment call, aka the hit on Dolph. Right. Uh, Um, I would like to know that too, Catalea, but I bet the authorities know. I bet they know. I was glad to finally see Lorenzen Wright receive some justice today. But my God, I hope it doesn't take Dolph's case that long. No, Dolph's case there's already been a breaking Dolph's case. They got straight drop, they got Cornelius, and they might have some more people that we don't know about. So, well, straight drop was convicted of the rape, the R word. So I salute Dolph on not signing drop. That's right. All great truths begin as blasphemy. Blasphemy. Dolph in expressing his anger. Miss T straight drop would have been a liability to his label, so it was no way that he was going to let that happen. That's right, Miss Lynn. He was doing right. I remember that earthquake. I felt like it was Dolph's spirit moving through God. That live came up on my break, and it just bothered me. Yeah. Humble Soul says, hi, Miss Kimberly, sending hearts, hugs, and smiles to you. 10 years ago, we had one, and LA was known for having earthquakes. It sure was. All the time. 609 Trenton, New Jersey, representing son. Hello, Trenton, New Jersey. Yes, and Jimmy was found guilty. Glad that Lorenzen got justice. I truly love your content. 100. And to R, the only one on Dolph's case speaking facts. Thank you, Tamika. Is that Tamika Craig? Tamika Craig? Or is it Tamika Craig? Um, so I know where to RA pest are right now. The way these people will be arrested, it's going to be several. Oh, to Miss Teresa, I'm with you on that. I definitely believe it's going to be several. Um, the good thing about it is they got Straight Drop and they got Cornelius, and like I said, we don't know who else they got that we don't know about. I haven't been keeping up on the case, but they were saying that the killing was on federal grounds. Whatever that road is that leads to the airport is federal property. Okay, airways. Um, let's see. Tennessee Miss Exeter says that Jimmy smirked the whole time like it wasn't a big deal. I wanted to slap him. Billy Ray didn't take it seriously either. But Billy Ray kind of smirked the whole time. You know, you could tell he had a lot of evilness. I could tell evil people. The only time I saw where Billy Ray may have been worried was today when they got ready to read that verdict. He looked like he was a little bothered, but he had to have known he wasn't gonna get out. Yeah, Dolph and Mia were best friends. Yeah, he said Mia. Dolph was in the interview. He said Mia was the only girl that really understood him. That's why he was with her. She said he was the only person that she was the only person that really understood him. And the truck that was across the street from the crime scene. I'd rather go to McDowell's instead of going to Makita's. 139 in the building. Please share, like, and subscribe. You guys, please like, share, and subscribe. If you have not liked the video, please like the video. Also, share the video and subscribe to the channel if you have not subscribed to the channel. But just a recap, earlier I was saying that of course, you all know that my profession is I own a investigative company. I worked for the police department for 18 years. I don't now. I own my own private investigative company, and I be loaded with cases every day. Okay, of all different kinds. But I love a passion of mine. When I started my TV show, which is local it comes on in Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi, and now in Alabama, and we're getting ready to expand to Louisiana. Um, on Comcast. It comes on Comcast Channel 31 in the Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi area, and I come on Channel 3 in Alabama. Okay, on Comcast, but you have to have Comcast for those channels. And I started out doing cold cases and missing persons, right? So earlier I was saying if you all know of a missing persons case that you all want me to look into, and I will cover it, send it to my email, Real Talk with Tamara at yahoo.com. Kim, if you could drop that email again for me, Real Talk with Tamara at yahoo.com. Send me an email. Also, if you know of a cold case where somebody death was suspicious and you want me to cover that, send me an email and I'll look and see, because I cover cases like that. I like to bring attention to situations like that. Straight Drop wouldn't have taken Dolph on his own. Someone else put this together. Yeah, absolutely. I feel it would be at least 2 dozen people going down for Young Dolph's murder. 07065. What's that, Kenny McBear? 07065. I agree at Teresa Hand. Let's see. Kenny, what does that mean? What job would have hired Straight Drop? He couldn't work at fast foods. They now have major guidelines for hire. Well, Straight Drop was rapping. You know, it looks like to me he was doing his own thing. Um, I don't know. You're right. That's you know that's true because having an aggravated rape, nobody would want to take a chance on you being around the women. It is hard to become a PI. Is it hard to? Yeah, you know what? It was mostly not it was, it is. It's mostly male white and female white dominated, but mostly male white. And with the way that they have a lot of the laws, yeah, they try to make it extremely hard. Um, you might see some black PIs, but it's not very common for a black PI to own a company because it is very hard to own a company. But I own one. So, I remember when my mentor, I have a mentor that trained me and taught me everything. And um, at first, I didn't think I was going to be able to stand him, but he's the reason why my career has been like it is. He trained me extremely good, and he still mentors me even though he said you never listen. You go, you just like a kid. You have to go try something that I tell you not to try when it has never worked like that, right? But I'm always grateful to him for taking me up under his wing because he was getting ready to um, even retire his PI license. He had been when Kevin started when he trained me. Kevin was getting ready to get out of the PI business. He had worked for the FBI for 25 years and retired, and then opened up a PI firm of his own and worked that for many years. Okay. And so that's why he say all the time, I done got to be an old man. I can't be bothered with you and your emotions, but he is one of the best mentors because he was trained by one of the best chief FBI agents that there ever was. His mentor and trainer was one of those chief FBI agents. He was a chief FBI agent, a chief agent, which means he was over a whole branch. And he trained Kevin as a PI. He came he trained Kevin as a when he was when he was an agent, and he also got into PR work. He was the one that started exposing all of these politicians um, that was that had these children into in human trafficking. Like when I say Bush, Reagan, like he started exposing a lot of this stuff, and they started doing some heinous stuff. So I know that I know what I know with that, so when people say the government is this and that, I know what happens. I never said that. I never said that everybody was a saint. I just said it's not good um to put that at everybody's feet because you have a lot of law enforcement officers that are just good people, you know. But they got to get home to their families just like anybody else. That's why I say when you have to know how an officer is trained. If they say, let me see your hands, just comply because that's what is taught in the academy. The first thing you do when you walk up to a suspect or a person of interest, or you don't talk to someone, especially if they're you suspicious about something, let me see your hands. And they have to do that for safety, to secure their safety. A lot of people don't really understand it. Why you want that? Why you got to see my hands, and then the officer has to use excessive force? A lot of people just don't understand that. You know, if the man say, "Let me see your license," let them see your license. Let them see your license, and then you go on home. You know, don't be so combative because oftentimes you can't win. Um, Looking for a reputable YouTube channel, Real Talk with Tamara is the place to be. Thank you, Kimberly. So proud of you. Thank you, Tennessee Miss Sector. I'm watching on my TV and phone. Real recognize real. Thank you, Tamika. When Dolph took those shots to the back, it may have paralyzed him, which may explain why he could only crawl to the door. I'm sure it did. Somebody told me, and I don't know who told me this, that he had his back turned. Okay. Um, I think that's why Raven's father said he's kind of recanted a lot of stuff. It could have been because he had to, because Raven's father might be a witness in this thing. I don't know. But if you look at one of his first interviews, he said, he never saw it coming. And if he was sitting with his back turned, he never saw it coming. That's why, as co-figure say, them bushwhackers was that's a coward way to kill somebody. That's why they was able to just stand there and just shoot him. I'm sure they could see him trying to. They kept shooting him until he stopped moving. Oh, okay. Oh, Lord Jesus, I can't even think about that. It's just, it's just a terrible thing. That's why I say I want to see everybody involved right. When Dolph took those shots, okay. Dolph was a vessel for the Lord. His spirit will forever live, says the Lord. It's living now. Dolph is, I think his spirit's still walking around right now, and he getting justice. Not only for himself, but justice for a lot of other people that we don't even know about that these folks have killed. Can you cover cases? I can. I sure can. I have an investigator also that I work with from out of New York. He is bad to the bone. He's so bad to the bone that they used him, Leslie Ballin and Steve Faris, actually, when those boys in West Memphis, they what's the word I'm looking for? Um they reversed their case. I don't necessarily agree with that, but they sent for him out of New York. That investigator, he helped them on their case. Yeah, he's a cool guy. Um, in their prison cells, they're gonna break, and your Gotti is gonna put a bag on their heads. Bag as in money, that is. Malika says, I want to see all though. Malika says, I want to see all the key players involved be held accountable for their actions. This case is bigger than Straight Drop. Straight Drop was instructed and paid to kill Dolph, allegedly. And I agree with you, Malika. I'm thinking those numbers were a message, Tamara. Is he still in here? Oh, okay. He says Rahway, New Jersey zip code. Okay, it's a zip code. Billy Jack Hayes, Bill Cliff wanted him to kill Kevin and Don. These people, you know what? But I'm gonna look into it though. I'm gonna look into it and then I'm gonna tell y'all about it. Um, Congrats, Miss T. Do you offer mentoring? I I am starting something. Um, I used to have events, Miss who's that asked me that? Miss Catalea. And I used to have this event, and my dad used to sponsor it. My dad and some quite a few other politicians, they would sponsor it, and it was always very successful. And it was just something that I did on a whim. And the first time I did it, I wasn't sure anybody would come, but it was only standing room. And the name of my event was called From Pain to Purpose. And I had a panel of leaders like judges, some of the city council women, some other women that have nonprofit organizations, some other the the head of the YWCA. They were all on the panel, and some women from the community that had gone through domestic violence, sexual assault, and things of that nature. And I had a room of people, men and women. Like I said, I had no idea when I put it out on my TV show that I would have so many people to show up. There were people that had organizations that was bringing their groups, and the women on the panel spoke about, and these were judges and stuff that spoke about being sexually abused as a child. They gave their testimonies, and then at the end of them giving their testimony on the panel and speaking, there were other women that stood up and gave their testimonies about being in domestic violence. We had the YWCA there. So there were a lot of women that were underground, because, you know, the YWCA will take women underground who are trying to get away from abusive relationships, that gave their testimonies of how they had to start their lives all over again, change their names and change their children's names because they had husbands and stuff that was trying to find them and would have killed them. And that event was very successful, and I did it for a few years. And I think I want to start back doing that, you know, but I want to make the men inclusive in some kind of way, because there are a lot of young men that are hurting. We have a lot of things for women, but sometimes I feel like the young men don't really have a lot of, have a lot of organizations that help, that make the young men inclusive. Baby girl, I sit here with MS, doing well, always listening to you. You are very knowledgeable. Thank you, Miss Teresa. Um, Tanya G, thank you for the $1.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. That means a lot to me. Kenny says, Han Kim. Um, Demon says, will straight dropping Cornelius' verdict be decided by a judge, or will they have a jury? It depends on what they, well, they've already pleaded not guilty, so a jury. The judge would, give the sentencing, but the jury would decide on. They're going to go to trial. It's looking like with straight dropping. Okay, y'all put those dolphins in the comments. I love it when I see the dolphins in the comments. We want to keep the spirit of Dolph around. We want to keep that spirit around because he's already walking around, making sure that there's some justice for himself and a lot of people. Love the title of the broadcast, and I believe Vasco make people heal will be the God gifted truth. Okay. Yes, that's why I said if you are looking for a reputable, factual, and genuine YouTube channel, Real Talk with Tamara is the place. Thank you, Kimberly. Do we add a credit or debit to donate? Just whatever whatever you want, Miss Teresa. It could be, I guess it could be either. My bad, voice text. Yeah, that voice text will get you every time, Miss Bougie. I promise you it gets me. Wow. That's good. We need more like that out here. Let's see. Straight Drop took that bounty money and paid for his video shoots. Absolutely. That video was expensive. I do video work. I have a video company. I know expensive equipment and expensive editing equipment. That video was treated. And I was wondering when people was gonna catch on to that. That was not a $300 or $500 video. Somebody paid some good money for that video. Um, and he could actually rap, but when he got caught, they confiscated the rest, and that left him broke, allegedly. You probably right on that, Miss Lynn. Um, let's see, true word. Exactly. You got a good law enforcement officers, and then you got bad law enforcement officers. And unfortunately, some of the good ones that the bad ones of power. Okay, okay, thanks, Kim. I don't want no issues with the law. I'm super straight. I'm a 23-year retired veteran, and it's very hard not to suffer from some form of paranoia, Missy. Absolutely. Oh Lord. What Big Stepper says, rest in peace, Lorenzen Wright got justice today. He did get justice today. But you know what? Lorenzen Wright's wife, Lorenzen Wright's wife made a fool out of Billy Ray to the end. They wanted Billy Ray. They really would have preferred for Billy Ray to take the deal, right? They wanted him to talk and take the deal. I think Shara convinced him that if they didn't talk, that they wouldn't had anything on them. So he didn't take the deal because I think they knew Shara was the mastermind. Okay. And Billy Ray wouldn't talk. And then Shara took the deal. And she still lied. Um, let's see, no disrespect. It's Kimberly. Um, you have good okay. That's why they say he got shot 22 times. Don't get cocky with law enforcement. Using those cell phones from state to state is a crime for those idiots who discuss this crime. The Fed will have every charge they can squeeze out. Miss Teresa, you already know the truth, don't you? You already know. You already know. So I want to know all the people who feel like that Dolph's murder was a hit. Because you have some people who don't think it was a hit. Long live Dolph. Okay, long live Dolph. That's right, long live Dolph. And I'm sending prayers out to Dolph's artist because a lot of people was laughing at his artist and saying that with Dolph not being around that they were not gonna make it or whatever. So we send prayers out to them because we want God. We're gonna make sure that they live Dolph's dream. It's sad to be that jealous of a man that you want to see everything that he's working for destroyed. As you come in, and please hit the like button as you come in. I read several autopsy reports, and he said he got shot 7 times in the back. I really like 3. Who knows if they're true? Wow. Doesn't Straight Drop go back to court this week? Yep, he go back to court this week. Needing to reach Tamra. Yes, needing to reach me. My email address is realtalkwithtamra@yahoo.com. I will contact you through email for details concerning the PI in New York. Okay. Um, it's a $500,000 bag on his head. You talking about on Straight Drop's head? I'm trying to look up Justin Johnson and can't find him. Wow, I wonder if they've moved him. Let me see. I'm gonna look that. I'm gonna see why. Because he was just in there. Um, let's see. I said I read the autopsy. Okay. I feel better, Miss T, knowing that young Doc will eventually get some form of justice, such as senseless act of hate. Yeah, like I said, I'm waiting to see. Um, you know, I want everybody that was involved to. I don't want them to leave any stones unturned with this situation. I don't want any stones unturned. I wonder though, sometimes I think about the people that wanted him gone so badly, that was just so jealous of him. I wonder if they're sleeping any better. Is what they thought life would be better with him being gone. I wonder if their life is any better. That's what I wonder. I wonder if their life is any better or is it worse? That's what I wonder. Wow, big step in the house. Peace and blessings, brother. You see what he did? He fell right in line tonight because we done rebuked him with all that foolishness. Straight Drop was a fine little fellow. He should have stayed in the background and not try and equal to Dolph or anyone else because Straight Drop can rap to me and he was good looking but had no love. Yeah, Straight Drop was an Straight Drop it was a lot of them. All of them was nice looking young men. Straight Drop, CEO Teasy, all of them are nice looking young men. They could have easily um if they had worked hard, especially if they was in this rap thing, they were handsome. So if they had kept working, but like I said, it's some kind of mental illness going on with Straight Drop. But if they had kept working and got their minds right, they could have been successful. But they allowed jealousy and listening to the wrong people to end their lives, really. I'm about to go back to school to get my degree. So I may become a cold case detective. All right. They need more PIs. That's awesome. I can't wait until the food chain goes up the ladder and they all will get their just desserts. Mm-hmm. Kimberly, you funny. That had to be for Big Stepper, right for wrong. Pretty lady, your sense of humor is so refreshing. Thank you, Destiny. Um, exactly. My spirit tells me that Straight Drop did not have nothing to do with I can't explain it. I'm not holier than thou. I don't go to church every day and I don't pray every night. I'm just saying. So you don't think that Straight Drop was a what in straight he needs to tell. He needs to tell who it was. Miss Tia have a master's degree in criminal justice and bachelor's degree in homeland security. All right. So are you a police officer? Um People have to understand. Or are you a lawyer? People have to understand that you have to choose your words. You are very professional. You can't jeopardize anything. Absolutely. Absolutely. I would like to give a shout out to all of the stand up brothers that's doing good things in society. Shout out to Grove Hero. That's right. Let's shout out Grove Hero. Grove Hero is doing good things for his community. He's doing good things for the city of Memphis. So let's send a shout out to Grove Hero and who else um let's send a shout out to all of Dolph's artists. He had a roster of young men that was really talented. You got Snoop Bands, you got Key Glock, you got Big Moochie Great, who is awesome. Um he had a female named Jody that was on there. He had Paper Route Woo Woo and Kenny Money and I believe Big Unk. Those were his artists. So let's send prayers that put up those dolphins and let's send prayers and hearts towards his artists and keep praying for them. For because they killed him because they was jealous of even what he was getting ready to do with his artists. Let's pray that they still live Dolph's dream because I know with a lot of attention and a lot of people speaking things that they don't necessarily know, um, that could keep your spirit, especially if you read the comments, you know. But let's just send prayers their way so that they can do what is necessary to live Dolph's dream. And so the enemy thought that they would stop Dolph by taking him down. But if we pray for those young men, and then they still got Daddy O, he's got a job on his hand because he's got to restructure all of that, you know. And he was the machine behind Dolph, so he know what to do. And we pray for God to give him strength too, so that he can keep things going. I don't think with the way Dolph always talked about getting to the money, I don't think he would want them to skip a beat because justice is going to be served in Dolph's murder. As a matter of fact, probably when they finish cleaning up the streets, it ain't gonna. I ain't gonna say that. Miss T, how can we personally interact with each other? For my small town has over 15 cold cases here, and nothing is still being done. Send me an email and send me an email about that, and send me your phone number. In the email, give me your phone number. Thank you, Miss Shirley, for the Dolphins. I love seeing the Dolphins. If you desire a like to donate, please cash app her because she will get 100%. If you do that through super chat or super sticker, YouTube takes a percentage. Miss Bougie says only person I saw sad and crying was that little boy. I heard people laughing, joking like it was insane what I heard. Like, yeah, it is some people that has done and said some terrible things about Dolph. And some of these people, I'm talking about after his death, and I'm just appalled that, when people do stuff like that, the best way to handle that is not to support them. Because obviously they don't have human feelings. So the only thing that they understand is not being supported, hitting their pockets. Yeah, Big Stepper in here, but I see he trying to be good tonight. Um, Dolph is definitely walking around because he was a boss, absolutely, and he's stepping on some people because they're getting just think about this. Since through Dolph's situation, through his murder, his assassination, look at how the young man was able to go and look up Shondale Barnett's cold case and link it to that, and it's probably linked to Straight Drop and them. So I really feel like that has a lot to do with Dolph's spirit too, because that's connected to him. I think the same thing is gonna happen in this Jeremiah's case. Was it Jeremiah? I think because I definitely think that situation is very strange to me. Do you ever work? I worked with Caroline Mason when she was a sergeant. When I first started working for Memphis Police, I was a transcriptionist. I was pregnant. So I would have to type statements and reports and stuff for the police investigators. Right. And she worked in general assignment, which means she handled like little misdemeanor crimes. And so I worked the second shift. I worked the Charlie shift, and she worked the Bravo shift. Yeah, she worked the Bravo shift, which was the 7 to 3, and I worked the Charlie shift, which was the 3 to 11. So when I would be coming in, she would be going home. Let's see. But yeah, I did. My apologies about the name. It's not mine. It was originally gave to my 1 year old at the time, but now she's 5. Okay. There was a shooting inside the Yo Gotti and Rich Homie Quan concert in Mobile, Alabama last night. So do you all think that shooting do you all think that they was aiming at him, or that it was just a shooting, and they just got into, some folks got into it? What y'all think? That just goes to show right there you ain't safe nowhere, because I'm sure they was trying to stay away from. Thank you, Miss Sherry Heyman, for the cash app. I'm sure that they was trying to stay away from Memphis, and some stuff went down in Mobile. So that just goes to show that it could happen anywhere. Um, I'm just talking about a crowd can get into it anywhere. But I hope that they have beefed up Key Glock security, because he's getting ready to go on tour too. Um, I just took it from her. I had to. It had a ring to it. Okay. I love your channel for I learned so much from your own personal and professional experience. Thank you, vetted veteran. Catalea said definitely a hit. Yes, it was. Yes, it was a hit. Lynn says it was a hit. Of course it was. Um, it was a hit. Cornelius looks sad or just nonchalant, so to speak, or maybe I could be wrong. I think Cornelius is more. He just looked more innocent. I think he's more solemn at this point because they had him before they had anybody else. I think Cornelius has probably made some deals. To me, and it's just to me, when you see them in court, you see Cornelius and straight drop. It be seeming to me straight drop be trying to do everything he can to get Cornelius to make eye contact with him, and it never happens. Cornelius won't look at him. I believe it was a hired for Kia mob style hit. Someone could have told the young man to come out as doors were shutting. Very dangerous. He wanted straight drop bad. He could have gotten a few dollars for that. It won't go on his books, obviously. Yeah, they said he did. He did him pretty bad. They said he did him. I'm talking about as far as the fight. They said a lady could be heard saying, "Oh Lord, he gonna kill him." So, or he trying to kill him or something. So, and he probably was. You know, it happened so fast, from what I'm told, that he probably was moving pretty fast and hitting it pretty hard because he was probably trying to get he knew he had to move fast. But the officers moved right in to stop it. His concert got shot up also. Yes, it was a hit. Prayers for all of Pre. Yeah, prayers for all of Pre. Key Glock has a song called Painkiller. It's hard. Yeah. I feel like it's hard for him. He was just in there screaming. With all the hate they had for Dolph, made him loved by people that never heard of him before. Oh, absolutely. The young men dads leave them, then the streets raise them. That's right. I wish he would bring. Let's see. I wish he would have been moving like the president, and his legacy will live forever. Oh, whatever. Has Gotti been moving like the president, Big Stepper? Straight drop probably scared for his life now. Yeah. Um, yeah, probably. Gotta fall in the money when it comes to cases like this. It's usually over money or a female. Hmm. You're new to me and I love your energy and your spirit. I'm a Virgo. If you don't mind me asking, what's your astrology sign? I'm a Leo. I'm a Leo. Federal protected custody. He is not going to show up. You got to go on federal website. Well, um he was just on the Shelby County Sheriff's Office website last Friday. This when did I look at it? I looked at it Saturday. Well, yeah, I looked at it Saturday. The incident happened last Friday. The incident happened last Friday, but I don't, he was showing up on Saturday. I'm getting ready to look it up myself right quick, y'all. Give me a chance to look it up. Let me see. Hold on, y'all. Give me just a minute. I'm getting ready to see. It'd be something. He's still in there. Justin Johnson. He's still in there. I just looked at it. He's still in there. I just pulled his picture up. Um, I said, unfortunately, the good law enforcement officer let the bad ones overpower them. A lot of times that happens with peer pressure, especially if they're newer officers. I think Yo Gotti sad about what happened to Dolph. You can tell from that song he made. Oh my, Big Stepper. Big Stepper, Big Stepper, don't come in here trying to promote no songs. If Yo Gotti was sad about what happened to Dolph, he could have been made a statement about it. He don't have to put it in no songs because I'm not listening to no song. You in here trying to promote a song. He in here trying to promote one of Gotti's songs tonight, y'all. He's there in Shelby County. You have to look up only the last name, then scroll to Jay's, and you will see Justin T. Johnson. He's there. Next court date 3/24. So he's going to court in 2 days. That was great vid of straight drop. Money was all around him. Who shot that vid? They was a hotter. It was a hotter of Dolph, a hater of Dolph. Okay, whoever it was a professional videographer. Somebody paid good for it. I feel as though it was straight dropping teasy out front. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Rest in peace, young Dolph. Said that he felt like that was straight drop with the gun, not with the Draco. I felt like just because the guy was a little bow legged, because straight drop is a little bow legged. I felt like that was straight drop. If that's not straight drop with those bow legs, then there's only one other person that looks to have legs that are that similar, right? But rest in peace, young Dolph says the young man with the gun is straight drop. I thought straight drop. I feel like straight drop is the one with the Draco. I could be wrong, but I'm gonna tell y'all something. When they turned to run back to that car, the young man that had the gun, not the Draco, but the other young man, just from running back to that car, it looked like it could have been CEO Teasy, allegedly, to me. Just, from the broad shoulders. If y'all go look at that, just from those broad, CEO Teasy has real broad shoulders that kind of square up, kind of hunch up. Y'all, I kind of paid attention to that, but I could be wrong. Let's see. Was it a hit? Gotti told us in the song he did with straight drop exactly what it was. Go back and listen to it. It's real clear what happened. Okay. Shout out to Pre. Y'all put those dolphins in the comments. Um, Welcome everyone. For those of you all that are just coming in, please hit the like button. And also Jay Fizzle is one of his artists. That's actually his cousin. I hear he's really good. I agree he's an earth sign, and I know some people don't believe in that. I don't think he had nothing to do with it. I think he told some people how he felt. Okay. Ezell Patterson, what song? Stepped on. Okay, stepped on. He got beat up. I'm 60-60 on it being a hit. Okay. 60-40 on it being a hit. I really believe BY slow. Oh my God, Miss Severe. Um, let's see, Teresa. They got to make sure Straight Drop be around. They don't want him hurt. Everyone is waiting on the story. Um, at Tamara, what? Miss Eli Patterson definitely a hit. Oh, I asked them in the comments. Is that what you're asking me, Miss Kim? I asked them if they think that was it a hit. Y'all, please put those dolphins in there. For those of you that are just coming in, please hit the like button. That helps the video to circulate. Also share, and if you have not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. That would mean a lot to me if you did. I believe it's more hits also. Me too. What do y'all? I want to hear what y'all. Let me put. I want to hear some. I want to know what do y'all think about that about Jeremiah Taylor? What do y'all think? Do y'all think he had something else that was going on? You know, outside aside from this Dolph situation. Do y'all think that somebody else was out to get him? Because he was a masseuse. We don't really know. It seems very suspicious to me, but we don't really know what he had going on. I want to know what y'all think. Do y'all think Jeremiah has something else going on, or what happened to him is directly linked to this Dolph situation? Because I always felt like if anybody was mad at him for handling that Dolph's mural, they could have. He was up there once a week. They could have easily drove by and did something to him. You know. Hey Kim.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you. You're doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome, no problem. As for Jeremiah Taylor, my personal opinion, I don't have enough information to know either way. It is suspicious to me. Um, After he goes on a particular platform and allegedly he begs the person to take it down, but he waits till he's dead, then take it down. And I didn't get opportunity to look at the video like I said I was going to because I got too busy and I regret that I didn't because I would like to know what he said allegedly in that live that made him want to say, please take it down.
Oh wow. Mm.
So I don't know personally.
Because yeah, I would like to know that too.
And I've been searching everywhere, even other YouTubers. Because, sometimes they're screenshot or they're save a video, even though it may be deleted.
Mm-hmm.
And I've not been able to find it in any other place.
Oh wow. Hmm.
So I'm very, very curious on what was said in that live. And I regret that I didn't do it
And
when I
you
said
said
I was going to do it.
and you said shortly after that he wanted it taken down after he did the interview.
Or something to the degree. I think you had said something too that someone had let you know that he kept begging, but he didn't take it down till 3 days after he was killed, right?
Yeah, yeah, you're
So
right.
yeah, I would
Made a
love
comment.
that.
That's
Yeah,
true.
that curiosity of mine would love to know what was in that live that made him allegedly say that or petition him to take it down.
Yeah.
Something had to have been said.
Yeah, it was a young lady that did post that in the comments. Now that I think about it, she said that he asked to take the video down or something. Um, he did an interview. I'm trying to think. He did an interview,
Mm-hmm.
and she said that he asked to take the video down or something, and it didn't come down or something.
Yeah, because and then I also wonder if he allegedly said something to her and him, you know who I'm talking about,
Mm-hmm.
um, that may have made him a target or something.
Yeah.
Just it's just suspicious to me. I don't know, but like I said, I wish I would have watched the video when I said I was going to.
Yeah, I watched the whole video when he was on there.
And how did
And
what? Well, did he say anything that would have upset someone?
yeah, he was talking crap. He was talking crap about the other side and
Oh,
whoever, whoever involved, he was talking crap. He definitely
Really?
was. Yeah. He
see,
wasn't just being, I mean, he wasn't being super disrespected, but he was, but it wasn't nothing for nobody to try to do something to him. I mean, nah.
well, you got cats, you got these people, these young people these days. Even if you laugh or say something or make a joke, they'll kill you.
No, I just think it was the street stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was in the streets. I know he did the massage, you know what I'm saying, massage therapies and all that, but he was in the streets too.
I
You
don't
know.
believe in coincidences because he was in the streets and but he was doing, the memorial and keeping it up all this time. And this particular day, they just so happened, or whomever, come at him and kill him.
Yeah, it is crazy though. But
Yeah, I don't. To me, it's
Yeah,
not a coincidence.
yeah. Well, that's true. Um,
city, since forever.
that's something.
And that's another thing. We as a community, we need to stop just because someone says something to want to result to shooting and killing or
Absolutely.
pulling your hand. I mean, like, come on, it's just words. I mean, yes, words do hurt. I hate whoever said words don't hurt, but it does. They do hurt. But it should never be to the point of taking a person's life because that's spinal. You can't take that back and rewind it and redo it.
I'm sitting here looking for that comment that that young lady made about that. I can't remember which video she made it up under, but she sure said it. You're sure right that he did an interview and evidently he felt something went on where he wanted the video taken down.
He could
Yeah,
have been getting death threats or threats from the other
he
side
wanted the
if
interview taken down. That's why he took it down. That's why old boy took it down.
but he didn't take it down till after he was killed, correct?
Nah, he took it down before he got killed.
I thought it was 3 days after. Okay. I
Yeah,
don't
Nah,
the young lady said it was three, well, or 3 days later. I thought she said 3 days after he died. It was either 3 days later or 3 days after he died. That's what the
no,
young
no,
lady said.
no. What happened is that he told Scott to take it down. He didn't feel comfortable with the interview being up. So I think it was like 2 days after he did the interview, maybe 2 or 3 days after he did the interview. That's when Scott took it down. That
oh,
was
okay.
that was before he got killed though.
So maybe she
Hmm.
confused 3 days with with him dying, but 3 days
Yeah,
after the interview. Got it.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's the only reason why Scott took it down because he asked him to take it down.
Hmm.
But yeah, that is messed up though, man. Like that's crazy.
And I just
I
been
don't,
crying so
I don't know
lately.
why they would have killed him because he don't have nothing to do with nothing. He knew he knew Dolph, but he didn't know Dolph. I don't think they was just close, but you know what I'm saying? Like I
He
think he
grew up.
came up in the
Yeah,
same
he
neighborhood as Dolph.
Castelia. He grew up in the same
Yeah,
neighborhood.
And I think he
yeah,
met him a couple of times. He said because I watched
yeah,
the interview he did with the TV.
yeah. You know, he knew Dolph. Yeah, you know, he knew him. Yeah,
But I just been crying lately because it's like it just pains me of how we are as a community. And it's only what 13, 14% of us in this country, and we steady killing each other, particularly men, black men. And it's so hurtful.
he ought
And
to put the interview. No, I'm finna say he ought to put the interview back up, but I don't know.
another YouTuber had said he should, and he was doing a disservice. But from what that particular YouTuber said, that the other ones wasn't going to put it back up. I would have loved to watch it, just to just to see
Yeah.
what
Hmm.
was said.
Hmm. He might. Well, mm,
I doubt he'll
he
put it
might
up.
put it back up. You know, he might put it back up.
I don't know him like that, but the person that I do know from my interactions and going live sometimes, and even been in the comments, and then with him being on another YouTuber channel, I don't think he's going to put it back up. I doubt it.
Hmm.
I could be
But,
wrong, of course.
Hmm.
yeah, I think because
Well,
I think with it,
it like I said, it's strange. It's very strange. Like I said, I don't know what he had going on in his life. I know that they've been very quiet. They've been very quietly working it. It's not cold, so they are actively working it. So something must be shaking, as they say, because they quiet about it.
Right. That's a great. Well, it's not a good sign because he's dead, but it's a good sign to his family that whomever's whether it's local or federal are working. That's a great sign.
I think they, I think he knew, I think he knew exactly what happened. So maybe I don't know if they, mm but I think he knew more than so I think he knew what I'm saying, like exactly what happened. by him being in the area, he knew what happened.
If the city knew, and from what I'm told, it's not a huge city, then I'm sure the police know because the streets talk. The streets are never quiet.
Hmm.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
gonna that's gonna be interesting too to see what happens with that situation. Like I said,
it was
when
dangerous for him to do an interview anyway, though. Like for him to be so close to that, like, and then he was helping out at the, you know what I'm saying, at the memorial.
If that's the case, then we might as well say Raven shouldn't have been doing interviews because how close, because her family owns the cookie shop. I mean,
Yeah,
if she can speak, why couldn't he speak?
I
yeah,
would
but
hope
see,
with the way that that's why I keep saying that I truly believe that if this is true that people are putting hits on folks, that's why I believe that some of these people do want to go to death row because everybody is being watched very closely.
yeah,
Um, I'm pretty sure they know what has happened to Jeremiah. And if people are still doing crazy stuff and they're still sending people out to do hits, that's a mental illness. And you got to be stupid to take some money to do a hit from anybody at this point.
And I would, concur and also say perhaps maybe that's a borderline narcissist personality to even do that, knowing that the feds are in the city and why they're there, you know?
Make it make sense as the other day, MPD arrested Lee Antonio Jones,
mm,
24. He is the leader of the MTB gang and goes by the street name Main Op, Thirsty Glock. They are going to take down a lot of gangs. Yeah.
Wow,
mm,
I have never heard of
I
MTB.
never heard of that either. See, all of these
neither,
gangs are new to me. Like, I had not heard of any of these gangs.
Mm.
But it's going to be interesting. I'm really interested in knowing what happened to Jeremiah myself.
Right.
yeah,
Me as well.
I'm glad that the case is they're actively working it. Like I said, they're very tight-lipped on that case. Also,
like somebody was following him or something, and they
that's
got the
what
shooter.
one of his relatives said that they followed him. I saw what one of his relatives said that he was followed
Hmm.
from work.
I saw that somewhere too.
From his massage thing where he did massages.
Yeah, so who would do that?
Hmm. See, my thing is though, he was too. You know what I'm saying? Like he put too much of his business because he had did the interview. Like then everybody, people knew he did massages, but like for him to, he was looking out. Making sure the memorial, keeping it up. That was good. You know what I'm saying? Him doing that, but and then he did the interview, so it just. I guess people probably took that the wrong way, or it could have been something else. But I don't know though. That's kind of strange though. Like,
Wait, I'm sorry, not to be rude. Mike Jones says two people that got mentioned on that show have got killed. The lady was a lookalike. What?
I,
you said,
I don't know. It's some strange stuff going on because I'm gonna say this today. A lady had called me, and I'm always like I'm never by myself. I always
mhm,
have my people around me, and we stay strapped
right.
and we roll deep.
Mhm.
And this lady called me today, and my antennas are always up. There's
Mhm.
nothing I don't know. We're
Mhm.
always running information.
Mm-hmm.
I can see a person's information when I'm talking to them. Okay.
Sure.
And this lady called me and she was saying something about, and I'm just saying this because this just kind of stuck out because I want these folks to know I'm we ain't playing with them.
Right.
And so she was like, I'm calling you, and she was a female white. And
Mm.
she was like, well, I'm calling you because and she was saying something about ADT. And I was like, ADT. She was like, you inquired about ADT, and I'm calling you. When can we sit down and meet and talk about
Mm-mm.
it? I was like, ADT, I have an alarm system. What are you talking about? No, it's a company you inquired about. We do bookkeeping and things of that nature. I said, I got an accountant. Well, I said, when did I inquire about some bookkeeping? Well, actually, it was back in 2017 or 2018.
Heck no.
I said, let me call you back. I ran her history so quick from down there in Mississippi. Then she tried to
Mhm.
call me from a fake number. She don't even know. Sometimes people can get. Do she know the type of people I have working for me can get pings of exactly where you located?
Mhm.
See they
Don't play with me, okay?
Mhm.
see that
And people already know a female white, and I've alerted other people on what happened today. That's why I say these folks sick.
I
These
be-
people are sick.
I believe they think they look at your face and they think you look quiet and gullible and whatever. They don't believe you are who you are, but they're sadly mistaken.
I wasn't gonna even say anything about it,
Mhm.
but I gotta let them know, and maybe she, hey,
And
it's private.
supposedly somebody had a girlfriend who's, of a different race.
Mhm.
If you know who I'm talking about, Tamara.
I know,
Okay.
but it's all good, and you know, it's it's being looked at closely.
Yeah, but I don't know how true that is about him having a girlfriend with another race like that. That don't even. Mm-mm.
I don't, and this is going off just my instincts. I don't feel like the insurance guy nor Thaddeus lied.
I do.
Especially the way he came on. If you've been watching him, if I don't know him personally, but you can um, temperature somebody's character when you watch them or talk to them enough. And obviously, I haven't talked to him, but watched him. And for him to even blast them out like that, and then for the insurance guy to even, admit to doing something illegal, why would he want to do that if he's not telling the truth? It
That was a
doesn't benefit
play.
him to lie.
They
And
ran the play. That was a whole lie.
yeah,
It was a whole lie.
I respectfully disagree.
That car didn't have nothing to do with him. None of that stuff. Come on, that man to be in jail. Like, come on, man. Like,
Not necessarily.
his name would have came up in the case. Come
Who
on
said
now.
we don't know it hasn't? But they just haven't got enough yet.
Nah.
Yeah. I mean, they're just not gonna say, "Oh, we see his car," and then come after you. No, they're gonna work and work and work until they
Sharice,
feel okay. Now we're coming and interview.
wait a minute. He said if the feds catch you taking campaign money, they're gonna charge your ass. Boy, you is sick. Let me block you.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't even
sorry.
know what he's talking
Do you want me
about.
to get back down in the comments?
I just blocked him. I don't even know what he's talking about. He's stupid. Why would I take some campaign money? Is he crazy?
Yeah, you can't believe.
I ain't no doggone politician. Is he stupid? He
You can't
blocked.
believe. You can't believe everybody who called himself a cussing pastor. Just can't.
Well, again,
You can't
even
believe what
people,
everybody say on these blogs.
even
You
people who
can't.
curse and or lie, there's always some truth in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
His story was so off, man. Like
Not
that stuff that happened to youngster brother had nothing to do with PRE or Dolph.
well. That's
It
not. I
didn't.
wasn't talking about that. I was talking strictly about.
No, but that insurance dude said that. That was a lie. It's so much lies he said. Like that whole story didn't even make sense.
And this is Big Stepper, no disrespect to you, but when you come on as if you have like
I'm
inside
smart, man. I'm
information.
smart.
Wait,
I'm
wait,
not dumb. I'm real smart.
I'm
You can't
talking.
just tell me anything. I'm not dumb. I'm real smart.
What I'm saying is you come on as if you're privy to certain information that nobody else is, and you're so certain. Obviously, I'm not there, have never been there, so I will never say that. That's why I say I feel, I think, I believe, or from what I'm gathering. I'm not going to, say, be so sure like you are if I wasn't a part of it to witness and or see it or hear it.
Because I know the streets talk. CMG had nothing to do with it. I keep telling y'all that.
No, but you don't know that. Well, listen,
Yes,
Big
I
Step.
do know
No,
that.
no,
What you
Big
talking
Step.
about?
Listen, no, listen. Let me say this. You don't really know that, and even still, here's the thing. I think people are upset still about a lot of the disrespect after the young man was killed. At what point does it stop? You know, that man had a family. He got fans that truly care about him. And before he was a rapper, he was a man and a human being. And anytime a human being is taken down like that and overkilled, and you sitting up mocking him and being completely disrespectful. That man, kids got to grow up and look at that one day. That man had kids that truly loved him. He had a woman, a mother, and a father that's looking at that
Mm-hmm.
stuff that's still in pain.
Yeah.
So when you get through, all the stuff that has been done has been completely tasteless and disrespectful.
Yeah, you know what
It's
I'm saying?
almost
That
like a
was.
two. It's
It
almost
definitely
like a
was. Man.
2.0 of O Block with FBG Duck case. It's to me, Tamara. It kind of
And
mirrors
then you
that
got to
to
think
me.
about it, though. You got to think about it, though. Yeah, that was disrespectful what Black Youngster did, but you got to think about it. For him to do all that, that shit let you know he don't got nothing to do with it. He
Um,
just on his bullshit.
Big
He
Stepper.
just on his.
I'm not sure if you
Um,
watched the video with the
I
other
understand
side's
all
brother,
that.
his big brother. He said we don't miss twice, and this is not something I'm making up,
I'm,
assuming. He said I seen the video. He said out of his own mouth, and then I'm told other artists on that same side said the same thing. So what do they mean? They don't miss twice. They're implicating themselves, saying it's coming from us. We don't miss twice.
if you bring that to a court, you know what I'm saying, they would not hold up in the court.
It
It
has to be
wouldn't.
corroborating evidence, right? I
Because,
can't just say
because
I
first
did
of all, you
something,
don't
no
know.
evidence. That's true.
You have to know when he said it. You know what I'm saying? They can put up a video right now and say it came out. You know what I'm saying? Yesterday, and it came
Big
out.
Step, I just agreed with you.
They
I
not
just said
mentioning
you're right that it's just not about words. They have to corroborate it. They have to have evidence, and we don't know
it.
what they
Yeah.
have.
And we don't know when that video came out or who he was talking about.
No, this happened after he was killed. Yes, it was after he was killed.
I'm saying that
Again,
video
he
could have
said
been
we
out
don't
there.
miss
They could have put it up
twice.
there. They could have put it up there like it was. You know what I'm saying? Like it just happened.
And another artist from that same side said the same thing.
Like I said, a lot of bloggers put up stuff. You know what I'm saying, for
When
reactions.
I'm not talking about
Them
bloggers, I'm
videos could have
talking
been from
about
months ago.
themselves, implicating themselves indirectly. And like I said, it's mirroring what happened with FBG Duck in Chicago and O Block. It's mirroring the same thing. They antagonizing, they think they got away, that they're much smarter, and boom. It took the FBI about a year, and we were all
Yeah,
our mouth was dropped. People knew who it was in the city, but still there was no connections. But we didn't know that the feds was doing what they were doing.
yeah,
And people kept saying, well, no, it wasn't him, it wasn't him. He was backdoored. So we cannot say if we didn't see it, we didn't hear it, we didn't witness it. We can't say for sure that they are not. And we can't say for sure that they are. We're just going off for, our what we're seeing and hearing and patterns.
yeah.
Yes, listen, Big Step, but like I said, it's okay. You're a CMG fan, but
No, I
like
just don't see them
no,
doing it like that.
yeah.
You know, so the
I mean,
reason I
just
say
because
that,
you don't see them doing it, don't mean they
not
didn't
in
do
Memphis,
it.
I
Just
don't
because
see
you
the, you know,
don't,
in those case they would have been did it. They would have been did something like that. I mean, he been passing out turkey since forever.
well, maybe they just got somebody crazy enough, enough to do it allegedly, if that
I
happened.
mean, yeah, that's true what you're saying. I mean, well,
If
And
that
and just
happened,
so, and just so you know, Big Stepper, if you and I had a relationship, and when we broke up, either you coming after me or I'm coming after you, and there's no direct evidence, but there's a history of us going back and forth and death threats and attempts on my life, and then I die, God forbid, they're gonna look at you first.
yeah, that's what most people do. But
That's common sense. So they're
there's
gonna
been a
look
lot
at
of
the
that going on.
people who had an issue with him and who, if he had history where they actually tried to take him out before.
A lot of that go on in the streets, though. It'd be
And that's
somebody
the
different.
perfect thing. They hoping that it will be, oh, it's just the streets, when it's more than just the streets. It's a personal vendetta for them to overkill that way, whomever did it, because I technically don't know. But boy, the city was saying who it was right off the bat.
They was, especially the people around that area.
That's why I keep
The young man said just the other night that the people in the hood knew automatically. He said they said that was straight drop before anybody ever knew. He said the people in the hood with all of that stuff on, they know his bill and said that was straight drop.
That's why I
Well,
keep
that's Key
saying it
Glock cousin.
mirrors. That's why I keep saying it mirrors what happened in Chicago and with with the FBG Duck and O Block. It mirrors that to me so
Well,
much. But
all I'm gonna say
again,
is that's Key Glock cousin. So
Well, even if he is Key Glock cousin, what does that have to do with anything? A lot of
I'm
people
just
have
saying.
cousins. No, a lot of people have cousins that do crazy stuff. You don't know if that was Key Glock cousin. That is just a rumor. That has not been proven. As far as we know, him and Key Glock was cool at one time. For some reason, people, I don't know if I
They grew
understand
up together.
people get paid to try and change the narrative.
mm-hmm,
They just can't change the narrative over here.
No, no,
Okay.
no, no, no. I'm trying to change the narrative. I'm just saying. I know Key Glock had nothing to do with it. I'm just saying though.
No, he didn't have anything to do with it. But what was the purpose of saying that he's straight drop's cousin, and you don't even know if he's straight drop cousin? That was just a rumor that somebody put out on YouTube.
No, I know. Definitely, I
No,
know.
you don't. You don't know. You don't
They tell
know.
you I got a lot of family in Memphis. I'm not lying when I say
But
that.
you don't know.
Okay.
remember Big Stepper.
Like I
She
say,
worked in
them
law
people was more
enforcement
connected to PRE.
and she
All them
lived there
people,
forever.
them people that's locked up and on the radar, they're more connected to PRE.
Hmm. Well, Key Glock and Straight Dropping them all went to the same school. So mostly the people who went to the same school, I mean, they grew up around the same neighborhood as Dolph. Like I keep saying, Dolph grew up in that neighborhood too. Binghamton and Orange Mound are right
Mm-hmm.
there to about 3 or 4 minutes. You claim you from Memphis, you know that.
I'm not
Um,
from Memphis.
okay, well,
Ooh, okay, remember he said he's not from Memphis, but
I
before he
got
said
people
he
from
he
Memphis.
was.
said
Okay.
he was from Memphis.
Yes, he
I'm
did.
from Dallas. I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Okay,
Woo.
I know that. I could tell by the way you talk, you was from the DFW area. I knew you weren't from Memphis.
Okay. I can say that though, because I've been around there a lot.
But when you get through Key Glock and them, people be cool at one time and then they fall out.
Mm-hmm.
All them kids went to the same school together and grew up around each other.
And it's a police and federal statistics will show that most people are killed or harmed by people they know or
Absolutely.
versus a stranger.
Yep.
So Big Stepper, you could,
No, I know Key Glock ain't have nothing to do with it, but
well, you was trying to throw some. I know what you was trying to do. You try to plant bad seeds. I just won't let them grow. Not over here on this channel.
no, I ain't planting no bad seeds. It's just
Because I want to see all those young men on pre. I want to see every one of them do good. I think they deserve that. Dolph was working with those young men, and I believe he was getting ready to really, really change their lives. Those are young men that are in the street, that are in the hood, and he was giving them an opportunity, and they was working hard. And I want to see those young men win. They deserve that. It's sad that a lot of black people have that crabs in a barrel mentality.
Yep.
You even see that even on YouTube.
Yep.
That crabs in a barrel mentality, people fighting over you get what, maybe $1 per 1,000 views. Maybe I might be exaggerating a little bit, but that's about what it is. And you got black folks fighting over that instead of worrying about their own channel and their own content. They would rather make fake pages, harass other YouTubers. They would rather get women. And that's what I say to these women. These women, don't let these men send y'all out.
Right.
These men would send these women out like puppies, and they would go barking like a chihuahua because these men sent them out. These men ain't making no money on YouTube. A whole lot of them ain't, so they ain't got no money to pay your attorney's fees. When these folks get tired of you barking and get and put them folks on you, they can't pay your attorney's fees because some of these folks gonna play dirty with you when they send you out like a chihuahua. And you better than that. Don't let these men send you out like that. And I've never seen so many men that are catty that they want to fight with other women. They want to make fake pages and fight with women about a view instead of worrying about themselves. Because what's yours can't nobody take.
Big fact.
That's
Big
right,
fact.
kid. It's a divide and conquer between black culture.
And
You
it's
know,
so
make fake pages and harass people. You know, you could tell the ones. You know, a lot of them take money to try and destroy other people's credibilities, especially you know when they know the person know.
and man, it just breaks my heart how we see other black people um
Why do you keep saying I'm
celebrating when other
hating?
black people are killed. like where's your sanity? Where's your morals? Where's your heart, your feelings?
Yeah,
and
modern
and,
day
and
slavery.
nobody's gonna win, or whoever these suspects are, including whoever originally paid the hit. Nobody's gonna win, because families are gonna go. Families gonna be broken up from the other side, and then Dolphin is already broken up to an extent. Nobody's gonna win in these situations. It's a lose lose, and that's what
Yeah,
we have as a race need to realize.
yeah. And the labels they promoting it. You know what I'm saying? They making money off of
Right, and that's
it.
why we have to take that back.
We do. We have to take that back. Miss Bougie Badass says, "I believe people can take those blessings." Um, when you say you believe people can take those people, I believe people can take those blessings. What do you mean by that, Miss Bougie Badass? The bloggers purge show says because the labels have shares in these private prisons, the prisons that's exactly what's
Facts,
going on.
facts.
I don't know. I'm from the DMV area, never knew nothing about Young Dolph, but I feel like those people are the fall guys. Okay. She says she feels like that. But you know what? I mean, in a way, that could be true and false because I actually believe they was involved, and then I feel like they will be the fall guys. You know what I mean? Like they did it, but the people that actually
The
was the
TMs.
machine that was the machine behind it, they might be too afraid to tell on them if the people ain't already zoned in on them, like I believe they have. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So who you saying the machine behind it?
TM.
Whoever put the bag on Dog's head, that's the machine.
Right. Not
Well, I'm gonna
TM.
say this right here though. You know, street people got money too though.
Of course.
You know, it's people in Memphis that got money that's not rappers.
Okay,
You
well
got a
that's
lot of street people who got more money than these rappers because they're not caught up in
Exactly.
no 360 deals.
Uh, yep. Mhm.
We got to get back to working together and
I
all
just think it
wanting,
was more
and winning.
personal.
I mean, it's enough money. It's so much money. We all can be multi-millionaires and still have money for generations to come.
I
I'm
don't believe
facing
it.
it. I'm
I
I
facing
do.
don't believe
it.
it was a
Straight
hit.
drop is going to tail on the whole game. Straight
I don't
drop.
believe it was a hit though. I believe it was just personal. I just
It was
I
not just
believe.
person. It was both from my perspective. It was personal, and that's why it's an overkill.
Mhm.
It's
That
almost
shot
like
him
a
in
passion
the
of
thumbs,
crime,
man.
almost.
That shot that man a lot of times. That shit crazy.
Wow. T. Jones says, I just talked to my 81-year-old uncle about Michael Jordan investment in the prison system. Wow. So
Michael Jordan, Jay
you got
Z.
black millionaires that is investing in this private prison system.
Yep,
And
Jay Z allegedly,
wow.
and a lot of these, people we think a lot of these young people look up to are also the same ones that are helping, and hoping you get in their prisons.
I think Jay-Z more trying to help the inmates and like they.
No,
No,
it's
Jay
no,
Z
no,
ain't
no,
trying to
no.
help no inmates
That's a
because he get
facade.
paid more
Listen,
money
listen,
when they in jail. They make
now
their
listen,
money
listen, listen.
off of the telephones, off of the commissary. They
Let me
make
clarify what I'm
and the
saying.
government pays them. They get that the government pays them for every bed that's filled up. So they want every bed to be filled up.
I just know Jay-Z and them were trying to help out the Mississippi prison that was, it was rats, it was all type of, it was a horrible
Of-
condition in there.
That's a
Yeah, he wanted
facade.
them out of
People were
that
getting
prison
sick.
so that they could put them
Yeah.
in his private prison.
Exactly. And I used to
No,
be a
no, no, no,
huge Jay-Z
no.
fan, so I know
No,
what
he
I'm
don't have
talking
no
about.
prison. Jay don't have no prisons.
He's
That was
he's an investor.
no, he was aiming for the Mississippi because
Okay.
what was
Okay, you
going
can
on.
believe that.
That was some real stuff though. You can't say it wasn't though.
I'm just saying that he is an investor in private
Yeah, people were dying in
prisons.
Mississippi.
That's a
People
fact. But
dying
I'll
in
say
Mississippi prison.
allegedly for the sake of, YouTube and the save her channel.
We don't have no
Eli
prison. He got his
Patterson
investment in
said,
the prison.
All you gotta do, big steppers, do your research. That's why I keep saying you come on here and we bring you stuff that we've done research on and you haven't, but you can't give that to us. All you gotta do is do your research. You'll find out.
I don't
And
believe
he technically don't hide it.
I don't believe none on YouTube or do no
It's
Google.
more than
well, you
Do
have
no
to do
YouTube.
the
Google.
research, Big
I
Stepper,
didn't
but
say YouTube.
evidently
I
you're
didn't say
not doing your
videos.
research.
You got to
Do
do real
research is
research.
different.
It is real
Yeah,
research. You know
but
you know darn well that a lot of these record heads.
yeah, that's true. That's true though. Yeah, a lot of them records. Yeah, some of them is investing in prison.
Tell me if I'm wrong, Tamara. By the time you're in third grade, they determine how many prisons to build. By the time you graduate or whatever, am I not right?
You're right. You're right.
Did you know that, Big Stepper?
What?
No, you didn't. That by the time you're in third grade, these prisons and et cetera, they already determine how many prisons they need to have by the time you come up in age from third grade.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't know that?
Nah, I ain't know
Do
that.
your research, baby, please.
Eli Patterson says, y'all playing around. We know Drop got paid his 100K at the video shoot. Yeah, I do believe because I've heard heard that too many times. It was either 100K or 500K, and I really don't believe they gave him no 500K, but they could.
Right. Also, Tamara, you do video. That video came out 5 days allegedly after young Dolph was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
It took time for them to do that video.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not an expert in it.
That video was a well treated video,
Right, it's
very
been
high quality.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
What
I'm
video
not
y'all
that's not
talking
my
about?
ex. Say what?
I
Track
said, what
off,
video y'all talking about?
track off.
That's a cheap old video.
The
I
one with
spent
the step on
$5,000 on that
too.
video. Man, I spent $5,000
What was
on
the
that
last
video.
one he put out before when he
Track
was
out.
on the run?
I was talking
That
about
was,
step on.
that was
Oh,
a
Step On.
$5,000 video. That video didn't cost him much. $5,000 video.
That video costs more than that.
Nah.
Stepper, she's in
Maybe
that
sell my
field.
8,000 at the most.
She's in
Sell
that
my
field, big stepper.
8,000 at the most.
Big Stepper, well, we already know that you try to
I
defend.
mean, nah, yo, I'm just saying like the quality of the video. Like, nah, we can't. Okay,
No,
I'll say $10,000 at the most. I'm gonna say 10 at the most. 10,000.
you don't know how much it costs. You just keep going up more and more. However much it costs, you have to wonder. People want to know how Straight Drop was able to pay for a condo in a high rise that starts at about 17 or $1,700 or $1,800 a month. How was he able to afford that?
Lord have mercy. I'm thinking he's allegedly a
Well,
hitman at this point.
how do street people get money? I mean,
They
you
do
think them
illegal
people over there
things on the
broke?
streets.
Killer Mafia had money. They wasn't broke. They not broke. They got money too. So
I mean, it wouldn't shock me if he's, it won't shock me if he turns out to be a serial killer, for real, no joke. And no, and I'm not saying it because I'm a Dolph fan or whatever. It will not surprise me if this young man is a serial killer because he remind me of the guy. I think he went by Israel. He was a
is it?
white guy, Tamara. He had killed so many people across this country, and he killed himself in prison. but he reminds me of him to a degree of how calm and quiet he is or was from what we're told.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this Mike Jones character talking about? Steady talking about skull and all that.
I mean, I've seen you on other, tubes, but I'm not gonna mention them out of respect for Tamara. But that doesn't mean, nothing negative to me. But people have their opinions. But we
Talking about
definitely gotta
Shonda.
get back to our roots, where we help each other, where we're
Somebody say
creative.
Shondell stay in Dallas. I don't know no Shondell. Yeah.
Yeah, they say you Shondell. They say you're Shondell.
Nah.
Are you Shondell?
Nah. I don't know no Shondell. I ain't know he was in I ain't know nothing about him being in Dallas until they
You
said it
know,
on the news.
it's funny. You know everything else.
I know that wasn't him on that Black Youngster video. I know that though.
It
Well, I
was
try to tell
him.
people that wasn't him. I keep trying to tell people that.
No, you
They
Um,
can't.
don't
But you
listen.
can't tell me that. I know it was him.
How you know that was him?
I know it was him.
Okay, somebody done told you some info. Okay.
No, I got two eyes. I can see it just like everybody else can see it.
Okay.
I only don't I don't think he's actually shunned down for the simple fact I've heard him on other tubes. But it would do you a great service and everybody else if you at least come up on anybody's pattern with facts or a little bit of research or something.
Oh no, I.
I mean, other than going off your street knowledge and you because you're smart, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't hold water.
I got facts. I'm not
I
gonna
mean,
put
no
nothing out there
disrespect to
that's
you or
not.
anything like that.
I'm not gonna put nothing out there that's false.
But you
But a
are,
lot of stuff you have said has been
because
false.
you try to tell me, and I lived in Memphis my whole life. You try to tell me, what goes on in this city or who did what for this city, and you don't even know.
Huh?
Not
Well,
only that, you said you was from Memphis at one point, so you
yeah,
lied. And there was
yes,
some
I
other
got
stuff you
roots in
said you.
Memphis. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I got
I'm not gonna go
connections out
back
there.
and
I know a
forth.
lot of people, man. Yeah, I got a lot of family members.
All facts says straight drop people in California are real money getters.
Okay.
Mhm.
Well, I mean that wouldn't surprise me, being that weed is legal in California, if that's what it is, allegedly. I don't know, of course.
So Miss Kim, what do you think it's gonna take for our communities to start healing?
We have to first of all go back to God. That's number one. And then we have to go back to being how we were when we were enslaved, working together and trying to help each other, hoping the next person win. And mom and dad's got to start get back and be parents to their children, because you have so many of these kids. Oh my God, sad. And we got to put prayer back in school, but I doubt that will happen. But our country has turned so far away from God, and it's evident in all the tragedies happen every single day here.
I'm dropping the link. I want for you all to come up because in the wake of this young doll situation, I know a lot of people are still hurting. I want to know because a lot of us are his fans. I want to hear what you all got to say. What will it take to start the healing process? I want to know what do you all want to see to happen?
We don't have fake news. Oh, come on. I'm about
He
to go
said
back.
we got fake news. Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, Key Glock dropping the album next Friday. Well, this Friday coming out. You know what I'm saying? This Friday dropping the deluxe to the yellow tape.
You okay, sweetie? Okay.
People are making fake pages. It's sad, but it's a lot of mental illness, though,
It
in the
is.
atmosphere. People go make fake pages, and people have them to go make fake pages and tell them to troll. And because they don't really have nothing else better to do, that's kind of what they do. Like I said, a lot of them are other bloggers.
Yep. And then there you have clout.
Oh,
Any little clout or attention they can get, for some reason, they get so high off of it. I don't understand.
Okay, Big Stepper, we got some more people coming up. I want to thank you for coming up tonight, okay?
all right.
All right. Hello there.
Hi, I'm trying to turn my daggone camera off, but it's okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've been like putting a lot in the chat, and like I said, I'm from the DMV area, and I'm 45 years old, and I don't know nothing about Young Dolph. And the first time I actually heard Young Dolph was when my brother was playing him, and I have a 5-year-old daughter. At the time, she was like 4, and a lot of the stuff Young Dolph was saying, I was like, turn that. I want to curse so bad, but I'm not. I'm angry because um, I think this situation is really crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like really lost. For real. It doesn't make sense for a person that have done so much for his city. Somebody, even if he didn't have his entourage, somebody should have had his back. People in the streets, you know what I'm saying? They should have been like, oh. I mean, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? From what people are saying, he went on trips and gave his shoes to people and walked a mile before he bought another pair of shoes. You know what I'm saying? And like I started like Googling videos about this person just to see, you know what I'm saying? And I think it's really sad that this happened to him, and it's like I feel like they targeting our black men. That's just
Yeah.
my opinion. You know what I'm saying? And I don't go to church every day. I don't pray every night, but I'm a spiritual person. I feel like I'm a realist. And it's sad. And I really, really hope, no, he's not rested. He ain't going to be rested. How? You know what I'm saying? It's so many different videos of, I sat like, my daughter father gets mad at me because he feel like I'm probably geeked out about this case, but it just I'm just like, I'm wanting to hear, and I've heard so many different things, and if you go back and just listen to the crowd, they're saying so many different things. You
Right.
hear the news lady on the first initial video that they dropped when this whole situation happened. You hear the Caucasian lady, I don't know what race she is, but you hear her say shots were fired from the inside of the shop. And then you hear the father say he was banging on the window. I mean, there's so many different videos, and half of them not even up no more because I went and tried to go find some of them. You
Yeah.
know, and
Hello
it's just
there. Hold on one second. Hello there, Miss T.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome.
but
Uh
yeah, I just wanted to say that, oh, with the whole cookie people, even if they didn't have anything to do with it, it's the fact that it happened at their shop. And then on top of that, like if you known somebody for like 6 years or more, come on, man, how you not gonna cry? Nobody in that crowd, I didn't see nobody cry but a little boy. Everybody laughing and joking like it's a concert or something. It was too many people out there for nobody to have the real footage. I don't care if you scared or not.
Mm-hmm.
It don't make sense to me. Somebody need to make it make sense from the
Right.
DMV.
Right. Miss Sky, how you doing?
How y'all doing?
Hi.
You have something you want to say about this? What do you think it would take? What do you want to see happen so that the healing process can start?
Um, I really think that I don't know. It's just so much going on. It's people from out of town just spinning narratives and making the city like a little hectic right now.
Yeah.
So I really don't know.
can can I speak
Sure.
for 20, 30, maybe 40 years? Kojic, the Church of God in Christ, had their meetings in Memphis. And They should have. The Memphis should have been study building just from what was going on, just from what was bringing to the city. When Kojic left Memphis, Memphis has not been the same.
Mm-hmm.
And like the young lady said, the way to healing is to put God first. It's no other way. Our kids don't know how to read. They've taken books out of school. They've taken prayer out of school. America has just, I, you know, I'm hurting.
Yeah, it's like, a lot of, you think about the younger generation, it seems like to me it started happening around the late 90s, and a lot of the younger generation does not have any guidance. They definitely don't have any spirituality. A lot of them don't know anything about God. They just don't have a respect. They're not taught to love anymore. They're taught to love things, which is why they're killing people for things instead of loving people and self. People don't, there's no love of life and human beings anymore. People strictly love material things, and that's what's put into the atmosphere. They put that into the airwaves and different things. And I think that's why you see people doing anything, including killing other humans to try and get material things. Hold on one second, you guys. How you doing, DJ Jeff Lee?
What's up, Tamara? How you doing?
Great. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Look, I really gotta show you a little bit of appreciation because you have a lot of patience. Man, you got a lot of patience.
Thank you.
That guy, Big Stepper, boy. Woo wait. You brought back my talk show days on radio. And you know what? I did a talk show once on when I was on DIA here in Memphis about the somebody just mentioned a while ago about putting prayer back in schools and all that good stuff. Well, I did a talk show that was kind of controversial when I said, you know what, keep prayer out of schools. I don't think things will get better. And the reason I said that is because we have to understand that you don't need the school to have prayer. You can pray with your child before school and after school. My whole thing was, look, don't deal with what the government say. Just go through what you got to do. Like some people sit around and wait when we have inclement weather. They sit around and wait. Oh, I wonder if they gonna go to school. Look, if you love your child, you don't want your child to be out there. Tell them to stay home. You don't have to wait on that. But anyway, I digress. I really wanted to call in and answer your question about what would it take to heal.
Right.
Well, I think what it would take is, I want to say this so you'll get the right understanding. The correct justice.
Right.
I
And,
don't
and,
think
and so what do you think the correct justice would be?
I think the correct justice would be transparency, number one. But we're not gonna get that. We're not gonna see the videotape. Even in discovery, I think straight drop so supposed to go to court. See, and some of y'all, it's okay that y'all believe that straight drop did it. But I know he's involved, but I don't think he did it. I think him and that other guy are the Fall Guys. Uh, I believe Dolph was shot in the cookie shop, not from the outside, but from the inside. And that's the correct justice that I think the public wants. They want the full transparency of, okay, we really don't want to see him, get shot down like that. We just want to see him going in the cookie shop because there have been rumors that he was shot, getting out of his car and they moved his body. There's some people that believe he wasn't even killed. He's just, it's a myth. I'm like, okay, now people do my crisis actors, all this good stuff. I'm like, look, the only way you're gonna find out the full truth is if it's full transparency. And the alphabet boys, they gonna follow the money. And once you follow the money, you'll get the answer.
Right. And
May I say something?
the police got the right. And I believe that they are following the money. And I know that the police got the videotape that and then you have to think about there were other businesses around that have cameras.
Yep.
So they were able to go to those businesses and get those cameras and see stuff from every angle. So, you're right. The alphabet boys always follow the money, but I do believe that the right justice, as far as straight dropping them, it will be served. But I think one of my concerns has always been making sure that the root of that tree is
Right.
got.
Absolutely.
Hey,
Um, may I read something right quick, Tamara?
Okay.
It's actually Second Chronicles chapter 7, verse 14. It says, if my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and will heal their land. It has to start there. It's not
That's
just
true.
one thing that's gonna make it all better. It's so much that we have done and have not and have turned away from for so long that it's gonna take a whole lot. And it takes a village to raise a child, not just a couple of parents. But as far as speaking or praying in school, that was just a part of it. When people respected God back then, when people respected others in human life versus what they are today.
That's
well,
true.
can I say something?
Go ahead.
Sure.
When I did that talk show, and I know I really pushed people's buttons and triggers, I said that because married people pray, but they still get a divorce. Okay. So it even moved. I don't know if you know about the syndicated show Walt Baby Love. He used to do a gospel program, but he had to change his slogan because he used to say, the family that prays together stays together. Well, he changed that to the family that prays together has the potential to stay together. So again, and I do agree with her as far as because I'm a strong believer of prayer without works is dead. Okay, so
Me
you really
too.
got to put in the work in changing the community, and that's the village she's talking about.
Right.
But at the same time, I want to back up a little bit, and I also agree with her. I don't know her name. What's your name, sweetie?
It's Kimberly.
Kimberly, I agree with you so much when you said, for Dolph to be the person he was and to happen in that establishment, and the only person you saw crying was that little boy. That lets me know right there. And then when I saw that, that's the first thing I said, nobody's crying.
I'm sorry, that was another young lady that said
Yeah, that
that.
was
Okay, I'm
another
sorry.
young lady that said
Well,
that.
whoever she was, I was like, nobody's crying. So that led me to believe that this was a setup and an MPD cover up. There's so many similarities to this murder and the MLK murder. Now, the thing is they want you to believe a certain narrative. And
Oh,
Tamara, the
right.
narrative
Well,
with the narrative
right.
with MLK was Lee Harvey Oswald. We know that's not true, but
Well, I
so
well
long he was there,
let me
still
just
got
say this. I understand what you're saying, DJ Jeff Lee,
it.
but it's still an ongoing investigation, and I know what you're saying. Like everybody has their suspicions, but I don't feel like MPD, you have other agencies that are involved. I don't feel like at this point MPD would be trying to cover up anything. I feel like there are some people that have not been arrested that is going to be arrested because it's an ongoing investigation. We don't know who those people necessarily are. But I just for some reason I just don't believe that MPD was involved. If they was involved, because who knows why the other agencies got in, because there are two other entities involved in this. If they are involved, then you can rest assured whoever is involved, it can't be the whole MPD.
No.
But whoever is involved, they gonna get charged.
Of
So
course,
that's
they're
right.
gonna
That's
go
why.
down, and this gonna be the biggest RICO case in America.
Can I say something?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Uh, when it comes to money, uh, money seems to be able to work wonders. It creates lies. It creates illusions. Uh, it it and I don't care what entity, I don't care what agency a person is involved in or whatever. But when the head is rotten, and I'm speaking about government, if they can cover up things,
Mhm.
it's just I have been seeing it just slither down. And unless, just like that young lady said, when she, if my people don't humble themselves,
Mhm.
because it's whatever, no weapon formed against you shall prosper.
Right.
We are suffering because we are entertaining, what's is put before us. The rap music, the big booties, uh, big titties, the this, you know, this is what has become what we are reaching for, and we done left God out of the equation.
That's true, and we can't do it without God.
That's
And
right.
that's what's going on. You see a lot of, like I said, I think that's why I'm able to empathize with a lot of our young men, because I know that a lot of them, the majority of them have not grown up with the guidance because their parents was on some type of substance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. A lot of them are on drugs, a lot of them are on some type of alcohol, and or both of them together. And a lot of them have been forced to raise themselves, and they look for validation from these OGs, or these, they haven't been taught love. I can hear some feedback on somebody's background. And a lot of them are looking for love within the streets.
And can I point out another thing? Uh, Tamara, I apologize to you. Uh, uh, Hello. Uh, I just had busted in. Where are the men? I see beautiful, intelligent, calmly speaking young women on this panel. When I was asking to drop a link, it was a young man on there that was kind of talking foolishness. But we women, we can do everything that we can do. But what we cannot do, we cannot teach a man to become, a boy to become a man.
Hello.
It takes a man.
That's true.
And just like you see all these women on this panel, no
And
one's
one man.
no one's arguing, no one's cussing, no one's foul. But where are the where are these stand up men?
I'm here.
I I I I see you.
But But you know what? A lot of the men, like I said, a lot of them are gonna have to be prayed for, and then a lot of men,
Are
they
not
have
men.
not been taught to be men, right? They have not been taught that.
Right.
They've been taught they don't
I
show
do
their
have something to
emotions.
say.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, I don't know who that was, but I think they stated something about the Kojic church or church being a part of a lot of problems.
Mm.
No, no,
Um,
that was me. I
okay.
I
Well, in Memphis is a part of the Bible Belt. So people my age, which are in their early 20s, mid 20s, we grew up in the church, but it's no real way that you can really say that we started like a lot of the dysfunction. Our parents, you know, they did what they wanted to do as well.
Mm-hmm.
They were a little more respectful than us, yes, because they understood that my parents only gonna let me go so far. But after a while, when you see your parents backsliding and doing what they want to do, how can you be so judgmental to our generation? That's why I think a lot of people don't understand and didn't just start with us.
can I tell you something, young lady?
I can agree with that.
Can I tell you something? I said I was hurting, and I'm hurting because what we were taught, it was not necessarily right.
True.
You have to know God for yourself, and you have to seek the truth for yourself. A lot of it's it's I can't explain it. But you are 27. I'm much, much, much older than you, and I'm still hurting to this day. And I was brought up in the church. I was hurt and violated in the church. Uh, I, you know what? My heart goes out to you because I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah.
I can hear it in your voice. And
But
I
the
just
thing,
want to tell you, I love you. You are everything. You are a queen. There's nothing that you cannot get through, overcome, heal from. I'm in a healing process. I want, I can feel you, and you are very much young. And whatever I can do, it's nothing perfect in nothing. You can go to daycare and get violated.
that's true. And a lot of women have been violated. And that's another thing. A lot of young men have been violated too. You
Absolutely.
know, a
Thank you.
lot of a lot of young men have been violated too, and it's happening more and more. As I spoke about before, I have a friend that works for DCS, Department of Children's Services, and she says that they have more little boys that are being violated now than
Mm-hmm.
little girls. And it's happening. Of course, that's why I say I get so angry sometimes when we we know that there are people in families that are child predators, and they do all that they can to try and protect them because it's Uncle John, or
That's right.
they do all that they can, and they make the child feel bad by not make them not say anything. We don't tell what go on in this household, but I think this would be a good topic for tomorrow night, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
um yeah, this is really really deep.
It,
But
When
yeah, this is really deep. This will be a good topic for tomorrow night, definitely. But I want to kind of stay on the topic of, and I want to talk about this tomorrow because a lot of people are affected by this. This will be a good topic. If
Well,
y'all
tell me.
y'all will come back on here tomorrow, huh?
I'm gonna say I'm gonna like last night. I just listened. I didn't, get on the panel. I wanted to say two things
Okay,
because I've been in Memphis a long time,
me too.
and you have to pay attention to stuff that's going on. Now, this young lady that just said something that reminded me of something I said on the air again when she said Memphis is the Bible Belt. Well, that's a myth now. Because if Memphis was in the Bible Belt, wouldn't be this crime, wouldn't be like this. As a matter of
Mhm.
fact, they did I forgot which news station did it, but they did a survey because they talked about the country of the United States and where the Bible Belt is and the Iron Rust Belt and all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And they said that the number one area for Google search of porn was the Bible Belt.
I can
Wow.
believe that. I can definitely believe that.
So
Wow.
I'm like, okay, we need to stop saying that. This is not the Bible Belt.
Right.
No,
And
I disagree. I disagree because
I do too.
every corner that you go on in Memphis is a church,
of
Yes,
course
it
it is.
is.
regardless of who you may see around, or you go a
Yeah.
little further, you might see a liquor store. Memphis is the Bible Belt.
Okay.
MLK came here and he spoke where? At a church. He
Okay, but
died where? Here
look, look,
speaking at
look,
a
look,
church.
look. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it 100. All I'm saying is, just like what Tim asked the question, what would it take to heal the city? Well, before Dog was killed, okay, years ago, let's back up 10 years ago when you were 17.
Well,
Uh,
22.
Yeah,
I
but
never
I
said I
never
was
remember
okay,
mentioning
27.
her age.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm 22. I'm not 27.
I'm sorry.
I don't want no more years
I ain't
on
trying
me,
to put
y'all.
no more age on you.
Yeah, please don't. I want to be young for a
I'm,
while.
I'm old enough to be your dad. So look, all I'm saying is when we were going around, when I was on K97, and we were going around doing these block parties with the police and doing these different uh, talk shows with On Point, and
Mhm.
the thing was, the kids that need to hear that, or the kids that need to participate in the programs, were the wrong ones. We always had the
Okay.
good kids, but we did not have the at-risk kids.
Right.
They were nowhere around. So the message was there. And when the police department looked at it and said, well, you know what? I think they changed directors. And the director came in and said, we're gonna take all this proactive money and just put it to being reactive. So there was nothing to keep the kids, out of trouble. When Cat 97 used to team up with the police and have the block parties, man, trouble was just at a minimum. But
No,
when that went away, it was like, you know, it's crazy. And then chaos ensued, and now we got this law that you don't even need to have a license to carry a gun, or man, that's crazy. That's
Yeah,
why.
it's great. And all of this stuff has been engineered. I knew when the governor changed that law that this crime would get out of control. And I feel like that it was engineered because they want to see us consistently kill each other in our communities. And
And
then they don't really start stepping up to do anything until it starts overflowing into other communities.
if God say the same, I'll be going back home at the end of July. Now I'm getting ready to just listen to y'all. I'm gonna get off this panel and tell me I love what you said last night about straight drop getting jumped on is not a good thing. Whether he there or not, it's not good. It's not good to see our young black men the way they are. I mean, I've talked to several of them. I've been to a lot of schools. I got not only the key to the city, but I got the key to the county. But my community work, speaking to these schools and these kids, I went all the way to like Atoka and what's that, Drummond's. So you got to have people that inspire these kids to do better and want to do the right thing. They
But
gotta
we have,
see it.
but
If they don't see it, they ain't gonna believe it.
part of it is that we adults have to show that and live that, not just, back in the day we say do as I say, not as I do.
Right.
That's not going to cut it for this generation.
Correct.
We have to be that
right.
right
That's
role
it.
model. for these children. But I
Absolutely.
know, Tamara, you probably trying to end it because I know it's going on 4 hours. But I don't want to keep. I
Yeah.
don't want to cut in.
Yeah.
But we can resume this tomorrow. We'll resume this tomorrow night. A
I just want to say
community
good
talk.
night. I just want to say good night to everybody.
Good night.
Peace
Good
and
night.
love to all y'all.
I,
All right.
if I can,
Thank you.
if I can say something,
Okay.
I would like to commend you, young ladies. I am 58 years old, and I've never seen so much intelligence and calmness. And uh, I was crying when I heard the young man. Yes, I was talking about to my 81-year-old uncle, and we were just. I'm just gonna make this brief. We were talking about uh 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 at the end of the day, we was talking about the word. It is so much, and I don't want to stray off this subject. But I asked my uncle. I said, "Do you remember Arthur Ashe?
Mm.
He was a tennis player. It was nothing about him. It didn't have a girlfriend. It was nothing about a mother. It was nothing about. It was nothing scandalous about him.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, he died with AIDS.
Mhm.
Where did his money go?
I don't know. I was assume his family got it.
No.
Mm-mm. That's not what happened.
Mm.
That's what I was talking to my 81-year-old uncle. You know, I had been on the phone with him for hours, and I love talking to older people because it just gives me wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
So when that young man was talking about Michael Jordan, and we was talking about that, wasn't investing in these prison systems, it was just on the conversation. These black men are used to make money, to make lots of money.
Uh-huh.
Where does it go?
Right. They don't, well, they used to make lots of money and they give them pennies. And I think I've been talking about that. They make all the money and they use them as workhorses, as slaves, and they
Mm-hmm.
give them pennies. And it makes me mad that you have black men that learned the game, that got into position. Doc was teaching his people the game, but you have black men that learn the game and they continue the cycle.
Yep.
Thank you.
They don't teach the young men the game that are up under them so that they can have some generational wealth. They become greedy also. Whereas everybody can still be rich and make money, but they become greedy and pimp out the young men
and,
up
and,
under them.
and play the white man's game.
But I have a question though. If that's the case, sometimes I've noticed it takes for a man to go to jail to get himself together instead of them doing it when he's free and at his own will.
That happens a lot too.
Black
But here's the
our
thing:
black
with
men.
straight drop them, even though they're going to go to jail. I mean, there's still no resolve to that because number one, they've taken the African American man away from his family,
Because he
away
has a.
from his children
Mhm.
for life, and they'll never see the light of day again.
And if you notice, they take the younger ones.
That's why we have to break this generational curse where these old men or like they call themselves OG is entrapping these young people to do their dirt.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
They're not. They're teaching them bullshit. Excuse my language. Yes, probably straight job didn't do that. Probably didn't them little men that they got sitting in that cell did not do that. But somebody had to put up enough money to spread it around. Maybe 10,000 to you, 10,000 to you, because it's a whole lot of players, in my opinion.
But they didn't. But you could tell they was not. They were so naive. They didn't realize that they was gonna need a lawyer because they thought they was gonna. They gassed them up so much. They thought that they was gonna get away with
Get
this
away.
free.
Yeah.
Right, because their face was covered, their gloves, everything.
And then I heard one of them. I don't. I can picture the young man, but the young man picked up the bag for one of them. It and he didn't get straight. He took straight drop money
Allegedly.
allegedly.
I don't really think that it was as much money put behind this as we think, because if it was, it would have been more organized.
Excuse me.
I can agree with that. I believe it was high when it first, when whoever the head was, gave a bigger amount, and they kept passing it down and taking their part and passing to the people on the bottom. I can
It,
agree with that.
it was so many hands. I mean, it was sloppy.
I'm glad it was sloppy.
I am too. But for so many people to be involved in that man's demise, it had to have a big number from the top. And the person that put that big number out there, they knew that these little minions was gonna go for the bait. It was probably a whole bunch of them that was hungry. Yeah, man. Uh, uh, if you do this, you do this here. They little minions. They young. They're not realizing the consequences.
Absolutely.
Because they've gotten away with so much.
Yeah.
They
Them
become
old,
Yeah.
complacent.
Yeah. We've been.
them old heads,
Yeah. We.
in my opinion, are sorry and just straight low life.
That's
Cause,
true.
'cause we
I'm gonna
Yeah.
get off to
Yeah.
Tamara, because I know it's getting late.
Yeah. We've been on
Um,
here for 4 hours, and
yeah,
we'll resume this tomorrow.
sorry. Thank you, ladies, for having me.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up and sharing your story. I hope you'll come back through tomorrow.
I will. I will be following you.
thank
Okay.
you.
I
Thank you
love
so
your
much.
channel. Uh, I just love it.
Well, thank you so much. Well, thank you, Miss Sky.
All right, well, y'all have a good night.
I
You
hope
Talk
you
to
too.
come
you
back
later.
tomorrow.
Yeah, I will be. I'll be here.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, you guys, we've been on here for 4 hours. It was kind of like, I guess, an open conversation tonight. I wanted to know what would it take for everyone to start healing in the way, because I think when more things start to come out in this Doll situation, it's going to hurt people even more.
It is.
It is. This is. We don't even know half of
Mm-mm.
what is going on.
And we're not gonna know all of it either.
We're not gonna know all of it. So we got to look at a way of healing. And like I said, in our community, we got to get away from that crabs in a barrel mentality. As I was saying, as far as us women, there are so many women. As women, we have to stick together. I know for me, I
Mm-mm.
love seeing other women win. That's just how I am. And I don't let people pit me against other women. I don't get any gratification out of when a man is disrespecting another woman.
Facts.
As a matter of fact, I have issues when I see that men are manipulating and using women, okay, or vice versa. I just don't. get no gratification out of that. And that's why I say, as women, we have to heal. There are so many damaged women because they've been through abuse, and
Mm-hmm.
it gives them gratification to see other women hurt. That's why some of these men that like to send out women to go and harass other women can do it, and they do it without a problem. Ladies, we got to stop that. And
Absolutely.
as men, a lot of these men got to stop that. As I was saying earlier, don't let people pull you into their mess
Right.
and take you out of your peace. Instead, if they ain't got no peace around them, please don't let them pull you into their chaos, because you gotta have a mental illness when you are a man and you're making fake pages wanting to try and bully women or to harass women. Okay, I had to block a couple fake pages tonight because they wanted to harass me. Man said the FBI was gonna get me because I was selling information. Let me tell you something. My investigative company is one of the top investigative companies because of my integrity.
Period.
Investigative companies sell information, but that's what we do. We sell the truth because we got access to the truth. Okay. That's what private investigative companies do. We sell the truth. Okay. Because we have the resources to get the truth. But you better believe we always do it legally. You understand me? And we're very responsible with what we do.
Yes.
We're very responsible with what we do. So that's what I'm saying. You have black people that try to start, smear campaigns,
Mm-hmm.
and it all comes from a place of jealousy. It takes one person to plant a bad seed
Yep.
because of their jealousy. Okay, and you got people doing criminal stuff on YouTube. When I say criminal, I mean absolute criminal stuff, from terroristic threats to setting people up to being involved in all kinds of heinous criminal stuff for a dime. Okay, and so you have. That's why I say don't let people send you out, because it is against the law to harass somebody. It is against the law, and a lot of them that's got you doing it ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of, so they can't help with no lawyers. So that's why I say, as black people, we got to do better.
Right.
Find ways to make money.
Legally.
Everybody making some money. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
happy to see other people making money. And I like to see people in a peace of mind. That's why I block somebody in a heartbeat. Because it ain't just about numbers to me. I'm not gonna have nobody on here trying to get me out of balance. And I'm over this channel when the head is out of balance, everybody is out of balance.
That's
I have
right.
to keep my peace so that I can keep peace in the atmosphere on my panel. I don't want everybody all out of balance. I don't like chaos around me. When
Right.
I see chaos, I get it away from me. I can't have something that's always taking me off balance, because it trickles down. Okay.
When you had said, about the healing, that scripture came to my spirit, so that's why I read it. And thank you for allowing me to.
No problem at all. No problem at all. That's what we needed. And you're right. That's one of my favorite scriptures. If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray. And that's what a lot of people aren't doing. They aren't humbling themselves and praying. And when you take prayer out, the enemy is able to come in. That's why you see that spirit of jealousy. Jealousy is the mother of all evil. It gives birth to everything evil. It gives birth to murder. It gives birth to strife, envy. It gives birth to everything evil. It all starts with
Yes.
jealousy. And
Yes,
y'all,
that's right.
we gotta get rid of this jealousy, especially in our community.
We do.
Said, you don't have to be threatened by other people, especially when you been on your face praying to God and you had some things before God. You don't have to be jealous of another person, because guess what? Another person can't get what's yours. They can't get it.
That's right. What God has for you is for you.
Yeah, so the music industry, he said the music industry got records taken out their competition. That's so true, Sergeant
That's
Brownlee.
that's facts. Yeah.
That's so true. That's so true. But all right, you guys, we've been on here for 4 hours. I want to thank you all for tuning in. It's always a pleasure when y'all and when y'all with when you all tune in. I really appreciate it so much. I want to thank everybody for their donations. Before I get off of here, there was a young lady that sent me a cash app. I want to thank Miss Tony Green and Miss Sherry Heyman and Miss Monte. Thank you all so much. I
Bless you
want to
all.
thank you all for tuning in. It is almost 2 o'clock in the morning. For those of you all that's getting ready to go to sleep, I pray God's peace over you. And for those of you all that has to go to work in the morning, I ask God to go before you. And for
In the
those
name
of
of
you
Jesus.
all that are listening to my vlog, my podcast as you travel, I ask God to give you traveling grace as you travel
In the
on the
name of
highways and
Jesus.
byways. Thank you all for tuning in, and please have a good night.
Good night.